'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come on. come on home. 'Cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name, oh your name. When you left, you broke my heart, broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, ever part. Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Take it, baby. 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come on. Come on home, 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name, oh your name. When you left, you broke my heart, I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Take it, baby. 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come on. Come on home, 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name, oh your name. When you left, you broke my heart, I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Take it back. 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come on. Come on home, 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name, oh your name. When you left, you broke my heart, I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come on. Take it back.
Hello. All right. Good morning. Good afternoon, I guess, actually. Welcome, everyone who's tuning in and everyone who signed up for readings and is checking out on other platforms to this teach-in from racial capitalism to prison abolitionism that we here at the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research really wanted to put on. In the context of the ongoing protests and uprisings, really to use the sort of, frankly, the right word, that are going on across the country right now. They haven't gone away. There's a lot of things that people sort of think go away, but they haven't. In fact, there's many, sort of increasingly interesting like occupations and all kinds of things happening all over the place. And we wanted to do this at this moment, not only because it is like this incredibly critical moment, right? This thing where things are really bubbling to a head, and for a variety of factors, but also to like sort of stretch back a little bit, right? To see, talk a little bit about origins, talk a little bit about longstanding conditions, talk a little bit about the different directions and branches that inform a conversation on what, on how to understand really what's happening right now. And I am as excited as anyone else, I think, I hope, to learn from my colleagues, many of whom have areas and vast sort of disciplinary knowledges in other areas that I don't know about. And so I hope that everyone is also excited to learn those things and to also like sort of, frankly, to sort of like bring them into action, like to bring them into thought and into action, into the way we're thinking about things and what we're doing. So, and the other thing that I will say, and we had said this, you can see my colleague, Nara Roberta Silva, I think below me, but we had said this on a different conversation, like I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. This is not the first thing to be said, and this is not the last thing to be said, right? There's a lot we're going to cover over the next 2 days, and I really hope you do, participate. As I know people have all kinds of things to do, but do participate for both days, and I'll say a little bit about what everyone's doing in a moment. But I don't want anyone to take away like, that's it. That's the one, like, right? We have it all in a nice bow in a package. This is all you need to know. In many ways, a lot of these conversations, I think, set up jumping off points for further study and for further critical reflection and further action. So just to briefly say what's happening today, from just a couple of moments till about noon, Nara Roberta Silva, who teaches, who's a professor of sociology, specializing in social movements and global Marxism and post-colonialism and all kinds of things, will be taking over. I'll be sort of like her assistant or respondent. Not respondent, yeah, just sort of like assisting from till about 2 p.m. And then at about 2 p.m., Raphaele Chappe and again myself will be doing a co-session on how this and our narrow session will be on the very concept of racial capitalism and all kinds of the sort of universe of histories and concepts around it. Raphaele Chappe and I will be talking about neoliberalism, right? A particular form of capitalism, and how that, a little bit how that connects, and also how that is one of these sort of, one of these contexts for what we are talking about right now. And then closing out today, Patrick Blanchfield with Suzanne Schneider will be talking about the history of policing in the United States, austerity, and the sort of concept, this very important concept, again, that we talked about in that conversation a couple of weeks ago, of defunding. Tomorrow, in our first session, will be myself and Rebecca Ariel Port, and we're going to be thinking about political violence, both the sort of violence of sort of anti-colonial and political struggle, and also violence of the state. We're looking at that through a couple different lenses and really trying to think clearly about what that means. At 2 o'clock tomorrow, Danya Glabau and Shimrit Lee will be doing a session that sort of begins with the very idea of surveillance, right? Very very obviously important in this moment, but then sort of transitions into specifically the intersection of surveillance and race, and surveillance, race, and technology, both the sort of I think contemporary technology, but also historical technology. And then finally, discussing a little bit even of sort of like visions that, you know, again, thinking through sort of images, like visions of what a city, like a city or a society that did not have police or prisons might look like. And then finally, in our final session tomorrow at 4 p.m., Tony Alessandrini alongside Asma Abbas will be talking about the case for abolitionism. So I hope that sounds cool, and I hope you are excited. And I think without further ado, I'll just do briefly I gave an introduction for Nara. Did I give an introduction for me, guys?
No.
Oh, so my name is Ajay Singh Chaudhary. I'm our executive director here at Brooklyn Institute for Social Research, and I am a faculty member specializing in social and political theory. And also over here is our programming director, Mark, who will be monitoring the chat channel, which is in the Facebook stream. And we'll be like reporting questions and comments.
Please feel free to ask questions and comments.
And we have sort of like the way this session is structured, and there are like going to be some moments for breaking out. So without further ado, I would love to hand things over to my colleague, Nara.
Hi, Ajay. Hi, Mark. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So let's get started with this very first session of this teaching, this first BISR teaching. I actually want to just echo some things that Ajay said. I think it's important to enforce that we are offering this 2 days of shortish classes to think about the current moment. So we are actually thinking here by current moment from the COVID-19 crisis to the economic crisis, and now the crisis in law enforcement and policing. So we actually are inspired by that. We want to understand that, but our classes are not going to be strictly to tell about that. I hope that we are grounded in the present, but we are looking to the past and hopefully thinking of alternatives to the future. So discussing concepts and issues that allow us to zoom out and see the big picture here. So Ajay just said what the schedule for these 2 last days is going to be. So this very first session is we can actually see as a foundation or a warm up to this other discussions, but of course that the discussion on the concept of racial capitalism is a discussion in its own. And I'm not going to say maybe everything that is related to this concept. I hope that that what I offer here to you is an entry point, and we can actually keep going with this conversation. Then if you are taking the other class, I encourage you to attend the other class, that you can actually make connections with this concept and what the other instructors are saying. I want to thank all my colleagues for putting this together. I think we are actually doing a very important intervention. I think we have to bring public scholarship more out there. I want to also thank the staff for helping that, like Mark, Cora, and Kim. Thank you so much for all your work. This is a collective effort, and I'm happy to be part of it. So my name is Nara Roberta Silva. I am a proud immigrant from Brazil, have been in New York for a while, and I'm here an associate faculty at the Brooklyn Institute, and my scholarship broadly speaking, concerns to social movements, Marxism, and post-colonial studies. So thank you, everybody, for joining in from wherever you are. I know that we have people from all over the globe probably like watching us. That's really great. And just to encourage you to make your comments and questions, the way that I structured this moment together here is I'm going to say a couple of things, but we are going to have some moments in between in which you can actually present your ideas and we can actually engage in a conversation, even if it's not, we are in an online setting. So this poses different dynamics to us, but we still want to talk. That's what we are about, actually, promoting debate. So I hope that this is all clear. So let me actually do a very quick intro here to our discussion. So racial capitalism. So if you are tuning in today, you probably have heard this expression before, or you are interested in learning more about it. So racial capitalism is an idea that has become central to contemporary Black-led social movements. So from Black Lives Matter to contemporary prison abolition movements. The racial capitalism is also an idea that has been embraced by contemporary climate movements, environmental movements, with the idea, once they actually put the idea of climate justice, environmental racism as the center here, as part of their discussion, actually. So, and of course, obviously, the term has become part of the academic jargon, right? So I am sure that my colleagues, Patrick and Tony, are going to discuss in more detail the trends in law enforcement, but I just want to actually briefly refer to it, to situate these movements and then actually get me where I want to get. So in the 1970s, you start to see an increasing investment in state and private prisons. So then shaping up what we call nowadays the prison industrial complex and the processes of mass incarceration. So maybe the two most famous books on this phenomenon, on this topic, are Golden Gulag by Ruth Gilmore, this one that Ajay is showing, and this one here, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. So these two authors, they have different explanations, right? There are some moments of cross-fertilization, but some moments in which they actually go apart in explaining why this process is, why this prison industrial complex came up and what these processes of mass incarceration are. But there is, of course, a common conversation there. The idea here that you have, that you combine here, high profits around this new industrial complex, like prisons are not new, sure, as the industrial complex is something really from the neoliberal ages, but also this combination here of this high profits around this, how actually the economy moves around this prison industrial complex, and the high rates of imprisonment of populations of color. So these two elements are present. And with that, with this assessment, activists started to actually bring this discussion of racial capitalism as an explanation, as a framework to read reality. They brought this to the forefront, right? And then the popularization of this concept went on, right? So of course there are some other things that we can consider, but I think like the core here of the popularization is the result of these movements, right? So then, with this popularization, you have to do some sort of like archaeology of the process, of the concept, like figuring out where the concept. So people started to actually wonder, what was that? Like who came up with this idea? What this idea of racial capitalism where does this concept come from? So the concept of racial capitalism was first developed by Cedric Robinson in his Black Marxism, the making of the Black radical tradition. Yep, this one. So a book that was first published in 1983, and that is actually the main reference that I'm using in this lesson. So as I said, there are the debate around the concept of racial capitalism is a discussion, like a lengthy discussion its own, but I'm focusing on this one, and I hope that we can actually came up with questions based on what Robinson says. So, okay, but why am I saying all that? The social movements, etc. Because this connection with political action, with Brexit, with social movements, is actually key to understanding the book as an endeavor and what the book is about, right? And I hope that we are going to actually, pick up this connection again, like close the entire circle at the end, right? Mm-hmm. But just keep this in mind, the importance of movements here. And the importance of this elaboration that comes from Brexit. So I want to actually read a passage from page 15 of the Black Marxism forward. This page 15 of the forward is included in what I referred for this lesson. So it says this: like Du Bois and the other subjects of his book, Robinson's political work on behalf of Black liberation sent him to the library in search of the Black radical tradition. His ideas evolved directly out of the social movements in which he took part and the key social and political struggles that have come to define our era. And I want to actually emphasize here the idea, the word evolved here, this verb evolved. So these are the words of Robin Kelley, who writes the foreword, who studied with under supervision of Robinson. So then he actually tells us in this foreword some of Robinson's activism, right? So on pages 15 and 16 of the foreword, you can see that Robinson, was pretty active in the mid-60s through the 1970s, right? Starting with student movement activism. So he and his political group were very much influenced by the Black Power movement, especially the Panthers and Malcolm X. And they were, of course, very much inspired by the revolutions in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America. And what does that mean? So that means that, yes, to Robinson, he's going to echo in his work, he's going to say in his work, he's going to reproduce in his work, the idea that an analysis of the condition of race must consider global capitalism and imperialism. So this is actually what these movements in the 60s, these radical Black movements in the 60s, after this first wave of the civil rights, there is this radicalization very much because of the contact with Marxism, right? And also some other elements, the idea that there is, the people of color of the entire world should be considered united, right? You have to think of that, and how actually imperialism was very important to understand the condition of Black people in the US, in the case of these movements who were like based in the US, but also elsewhere. So the experience of exploitation in the US would actually mirror the exploitation in Africa and Asia and Latin America. So this is one thing. But something that Kelly actually doesn't say in this specific foreword is Robinson's familiarity with the debate among South African activists under the apartheid. So to make a very long story super short, there was a debate in South Africa on the functionality of racism, like the usefulness, let's say, of racism to the development of capitalism in South Africa, right? So, like in short, like shortly, you could say, like a central question could be framed like this: like, is racism, is apartheid an aberration of capitalism in South Africa, right? And then you had here like several trends that would elaborate on this question, right? And here there are even like from liberals that were connected to the US and intergovernmental organizations to most like Leninist radicals on one side, right? And people who tried, I'm not gonna say in between, but tried to actually be, develop different explanations. So there was a whole debate on that and different answers to that. And among these activists and intellectuals who were connected to the situation, to the debate in South Africa, there were some that used the term racial capitalism to explain the unique character of capitalism in South Africa. And Robinson was aware of this debate. I'm not sure to what extent he was super involved, but he was definitely aware. But here's the thing. So, as I said before, if to Robinson, an analysis of the condition of race must consider, he was sure of that, right? That the analysis of the condition of race must consider global capitalism and imperialism, right? He was sure of that. He was also sure that an analysis of global capitalism had to take into account the constitutive role that race plays in capitalism. So race is not crucial only to capitalism in South Africa or in this or this or this place in the third world, let's say like this. Actually, race is crucial, according to Robinson, to capitalism everywhere, to global capitalism. Racism is part of capitalism, general mode, right? So if you pay attention, actually, there is here something that I want to actually start making some, then like more refine this idea, right? Because Robinson's proposal goes beyond what you could immediately think. Something like, oh yeah, race and capital, or better saying racism and capitalism, they run parallel to one another, right? This is not exactly what he's saying. To him, capitalism emerges out of a system of racial relations. So capitalism, there is this inextricable tie between capitalism and racial dynamics. And what I want here now is actually to show how he argues for that, right? And then at the end, when we can actually maybe look at another perspective and see how this, and just to confirm what he's actually saying. So I want to actually read page 2 of the introduction of Black Marxism. Ajay, do you think you can read it?
Of course, absolutely.
Let me just
tell me where you want me to start.
Yeah, one sec. If you actually get the last paragraph entry.
In the first part of this study?
Yeah, and then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line.
Racism I maintain?
Yes, could you please read that?
Absolutely. Racism I maintain, and again, this is page 2, proper page 2 of Black Marxism by Cedric Robinson. So racism, I maintain, was not simply a convention for ordering the relations of European to non-European peoples, but has its genesis in the internal relations of European peoples. As part of the inventory of Western civilization, it would reverberate within and without, transferring its toll from the past to the present. In contradistinction to Marx's and Engels' expectations that bourgeois society would rationalize social relations and demystify social consciousness, the obverse occurred. The development, organization, and expansion of capitalist society pursued essentially racial directions. So too did social ideology. As a material force, then, it could be expected that racialism would inevitably permeate the social structures emergent from capitalism. I have used the term racial capitalism to refer to this development and to the subsequent structure as a historical agency. Mm-hmm. Do you want me to stop there or continue?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
No problem.
So I want to actually use this quote, which I think is the only moment in which he actually defines what racial capitalism is, to actually to dig in the concept, right? So we can actually understand what he is saying. So I want to mention, I'm going to come back at the end, like the book is not about the concept of racial capitalism. This is very interesting. Racial capitalism is an idea that he had to elaborate in order to understand what he calls the Black radical tradition, right? So that's why actually in the book, there is no definition. The closest to a definition is this in the introduction, and that's it. He comes back to the term racial capitalism a couple of times, but not to actually explain, oh, this is exactly what I mean. You have to put all these pieces together. That's why actually one of the things in this book is that is actually very challenging, is that also requires you to have a very active, reading. Mm-hmm. You have to bring pieces together. Like the whole chapters, like some of them are very long and some of them have very different styles. So you have to say, okay, that's it. Mm-hmm. So I want to actually just make sure that I enforce what I said with this differentiation, that like two differentiations here. Two particularities actually of Robinson's elaboration. One, the idea that he's talking about capitalism as a system as a whole, right? So he's not talking about capitalism. He's not thinking about the connection between race and capital or racism and capital in one specific setting, like South Africans activists are thinking. He's thinking about capitalism everywhere. But also the idea here that he's not thinking about processes that run together. He's thinking about something that emerges out of, right, the soil. So that's what he actually says here. It could be expected that racialism would inevitably permeate the social structures emergent from capitalism. So I just want to actually make sure we're good. So do we have like a pause? Like for
why don't we pause for a second? And while Mark collates some questions from the stream, I'll actually just ask you one sort of perhaps like overly naive question just to start, which is when you this part is so brilliant, and when you say like it and when he is arguing that it sort of emerges from this soil, as you say, right, from this sort of context, like, do you want to say just a little bit about some of the ways in which it's working, like what it's doing, what racialization is doing for the nascent formation of capitalism?
Yeah, so actually I'm going to go over this in a few, but just to actually summarize, he's going to say how he's going to actually present to us the racial makeup of Europe before the rise of capitalism and the early ages of capitalism, the early years of capitalism, and say to us that this idea, like the whole point is that whiteness is not this homogeneous construct that we have, like that today we could kind of say that, you know, that's why Robin Kelly says something in the forward, that he anticipates the studies on whiteness, right? The critical studies on whiteness. The idea that we forget that whiteness was also a creation, right? And that, so he actually then, in the beginning of the book, he goes over to say how, you know, this territory that we call Europe actually was. And I'm going to actually say a couple of things.
All right, so why don't we pause for a moment, and Mark, why don't you read out some of the questions that people are asking, maybe like a couple at a time or so?
Yeah, initial question that sort of came through when we got started. Someone was asking, they're curious to hear how, if at all, the concept of racial capitalism has shifted or been developed since Robinson's text was published. Just kind of a broad question. You can start there, or I can go over another one.
Yeah, I just want to say here that so to be like very honest, I don't have like a survey of all the ways in which you know, the concept was elaborated. You do have like what I could say, I think like the most prominent name that talks about this idea today is Ruth Gilmore, who uses the idea to talk about actually prisons. So she actually uses this to show how you do have a population that is going to be then sort of captive, sort of in jail, that is actually disposable, right? Am I right to use this term, disposable?
I mean, the literal term she uses in her work is like, and it's funny because she takes it directly. It's not like a term that she applies. She takes it directly from what people were saying when certain laws were being passed and stuff, but it's incapacitated, essentially taking a certain portion of the population and making them non-functional. And if I can just add it quickly, there's like been a proliferation of the use of this term. So it's like really hard to do like every use, but some people really focus, I feel like, on racial capitalism as very much tied to sort of imperialism and very much tied to the sort of like and colonialism and the idea of an ongoing process of what Marx would call primitive accumulation, right? So Marx has this idea that like, right, there's like this initial like smash and grab, and that's where you get your initial capital from, and right, but then that one version of this is sort of like extending that, and that stretches very far back, long before the term racial capitalism. Another deals with, I think this is what Nara was really focusing on there with the Gilmore part, right? As sort of surplus populations and sort of also kind of different kinds of labor management, and also different ways that states, capitalist states, can retain legitimacy, and also access to sort of labor management and cheap labor. There's like many different ways in which the concept has been both deployed and also developed, I would say, just from my own reading.
Yeah, and also, I mean, there are a lot of people who are going to use like racial capitalism, basically like, oh, there is racism, there is capitalism,
Yes.
so that's it. That's racial capitalism, right? Without actually a rigorous elaboration. And I think what actually is interesting about Robinson is that he's actually thinking about this specific social arrangement, right? That he calls racial capitalism. But actually, I don't like, and it's funny that I think like the term per se, actually, in the end, I hope to say that. I think the term actually, it's kind of weird if you go down his elaboration. I understand that he probably used like strategically, but the term it actually doesn't make sense. According, if you follow his elaboration thoroughly. But I also want to say though that even though I am here using Robinson's book, we do have to remember, and something that Kelly says in the foreword, that the book was actually not discussed for like decades. So it's not something that
it's one of these after the fact classics.
Exactly. So the book was out in '83 and people were like, okay, there were some, as Robinson says, as Kelly says, there were some reviews in some more small, more activist leaning publications. And sure, there were a lot of authors who would be influenced by the idea of racial capitalism, and they would develop their work, with sort of that in their heads, but not that they would like focus on the concept per se, and then like sort of tease it out, right? There was the idea that, well, I do like something like, well, I do think that we do have to consider race as immanent element of capitalism, and that's how I'm going to elaborate, my idea. So you have Angela Davis that is going to do her work as well. You do have Kelly, who is going to write on communism, on the Communist Party in the South.
Right, Hammer and Hoe, which is too far from my desk to reach.
Yeah, which is actually which is a great book, and how actually there was this, how the idea of the Black worker and how they would connect, how they would think about revolution as someone in the South, right? So, and also, I mean, there were, so then in the 2000s, with the publication of the reprint, actually, of of Black Marxism, and as I said, the work of activists. So diminishing this is problematic, when we want to actually understand this concept. Why was the concept brought up again? Because of the work of activists who actually went through, search, and then the idea of racial capitalism became, popular, and people started to actually look where this concept was coming from.
So maybe we want to take one or two more, Mark, before.
Yeah.
Sure. We have another good question. Someone writes in, thinking of intersectionality, she asks, when we talk about the primacy of race in the development of capitalism, might we also include gender and sexuality? Does capitalism form itself before or after these other identity formations?
Yeah, so that's the thing. This is something that actually, when we had the course on racial capitalism, we kind of wrestled with this question on on gender, right? And the book is great, but doesn't, but there are some silences. And I think the discussion on gender is one of them, right? And it's something that I think is legit to actually question why Robinson is silent. There is no discussion about the role of the Black woman in this historical process. Where is this, where are the racial, the gender dynamics, in this whole emerging of capitalism? So this is not a book in which you will find that, right? Sure, I'm not trying to, we can then trash the book based on that. Or we can also say that, that the fact that the gender is not there is already an answer, right? Because as we are going to see later, there was an erasure of the importance of Black people in history, right? So then, according to Robinson, so then you can also then elaborate to say that there was an erasure on the role of women, right? And the whole endeavor, as I said, this whole book here is to actually do a rewriting of history. Maybe we need to do that when it comes to gender, right? And I think like Silva Federici, tried to do that, like with The Witch and the Caliban.
And I would also just mention another sort of like classic, right, is the Angela Davis Women, Race, and Class volume. And she really does try to, I think, and it's written before Robinson, but really just try to bring out the role of Black women, Black communist women, Black women educators, in all kinds of different kinds of contexts, to really sort of show this sort of constant activity and the way in which we, a lot of scholarship, a lot of history, a lot of journalism, a lot of, sort of everyday discourse, everyday conversation sort of has like downplays the role of Black women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so then exactly here, when you think, like when say here, like there are the primacy of race in the development of capitalism. Can we include gender sexuality? Yeah, maybe we can. I think like we should, but this book is not going to tell us how, if that's an answer. So yeah.
So maybe just one more, and then we should move into
Sure.
your next section.
I have a question, Dr. Silva. You mentioned earlier that this discussion is grounded in Robinson's text. As someone new to these conversations, it would be really helpful to discuss racial capitalism with specific examples. Gilmore has discussed the lucrative institution of the prison industrial complex. Could this be an entry point to discuss a real life example?
Yes, I think it can. If you want to actually see how other authors have used the framework to think of contemporary examples, yes. So as I said, as Ajay was just saying as well, there is this idea that you can actually have a population that becomes, what's the term that he used?
That she uses in Golden Gulag?
Yeah.
Incapacitated, and she also talks about the sort of neglect, like of the total social reproduction of some parts of the Black population and of poor people more broadly.
Yeah, because that's actually part of the dehumanization process that you actually have to put in the dominant, the dominated, right? And how actually this would play out today. It could be, and this is incapacitation of their social reproduction, and how actually this is necessary to the increasing profits as well.
I would just throw in here also, again, from Gilmore's work and a few others, like if you're thinking of just very, very, very like nitty gritty concrete things, and sometimes they can sort of, I think one of the reasons Robinson doesn't is because he really wants to like get at this like grand argument about how capitalism works. But like if sort of everyday kind of stuff, like think about the way in which racialization of of populations, right? So Black people, but also other folks, can say decrease home values or dictate where you can live, right? Or can function to set a wage price that is different, right? Can function, can serve all these kinds of functions in a society. And again, these can seem small and almost like we're moving too far away from the sort of race as constitutive as opposed to race as sort of functionally and like, right? But I think they are like really good jumping off points that you can find. Again, Gilmore is a great example for the prison for the argument, but you can find many other people. And if you just, in many ways, you can just sort of start, and we'll probably do like a follow-up folder or something like this afterwards, like in coming weeks or something like that. But you can think of these small examples, redlining, wage price, as places in which you can see the function of race and racialization contributing to the functioning of capitalism.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this.
All right, so I think you had tasked me with being sort of timekeeper. So I think it's time to move on to your next section. Okay. And don't worry, for people who are asking questions, Mark will continue to collect them.
Yeah, so actually, so we finished, before we answered the questions, we were talking about the sort of definition that we could say, like the definition that he gives that is a little bit like broad of racial capitalism. So I want to actually break down this sort of definition to keep going on the path of understanding this book. And I actually appreciate that Ajay said that there is this idea of, thinking a more general elaboration and thinking about the emergence of capitalism, rewriting of history. Yeah. So that's actually how Robinson is, he is actually developing his argument, his book, right? So actually, Kelly says in the foreword that, quote, Robinson literally rewrites the history of the rise of the West from ancient times to the mid-20th century. So I want to actually move us toward like grasping that. So this quote that Robinson, that Ajay read on what racial capitalism is basically an invitation to that, to rethinking history, right? So you said, like Ajay read to us, in contradistinction to Marx and Engels' expectations that the bourgeois society would rationalize social relations and demystify social consciousness, the observe occurred, right? So what is the history we are told? Actually, like if we use like Robinson, we would say, okay, so that's the story actually that we are told. Like shortly with the rise of capitalism set off revolutionary changes, right? So in other words, a new way of producing, of manufacturing things, completely new social relations and completely new ideas, right? So standard historiography, according to Robinson, goes along these lines, right, on saying that there was actually this break once capitalism emerged, and Marx and Engels reproduce that. And that's here when actually Robinson says, like, Marx and Engels, like Marx's historical materialism, is the highest critique of the Western society. But is it still Western, right? According to him, Marx and Engels, they are a product of Europe. So they are not going to actually differ from the general narrative, right? Even if they are going to then turn this like against, let's say, Europe, right? Against capitalism. So they are not going to differ from the general narrative. So I actually would like, so Ajay, can I repeat you again? To read a little bit of the Communist Manifesto.
Absolutely.
So actually, if you could go like page 400.
Wait, which version of 470?
The same.
Yeah, yeah, we've got the, anyone who wants it. This is a great desk reference for anyone who.
Yeah. 476. Let me
Sure
see.
thing. You probably want the middle paragraph, I'm guessing.
The bourgeoisie cannot exist.
Yeah. This is a very famous line, by the way. People might like recognize it from all over the place, and Marshall Berman, others, right? The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Conservation of the old modes of production in unaltered form was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty, and agitation distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast, frozen relations with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions are swept away. All new formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air. All that is holy is profaned. And man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind.
Yes, thank you. So there is here, so Marx and Engels in this quote, they give us this, this sense of break with the past, right? Of the sense of rupture. So Ajay, would you mind just, I know you probably have said this a million times, times in your classes, like say a little bit of these changes that capitalism actually, based on this quote that capitalism promoted.
So yeah, like, you know, when I teach Marx, one thing that often comes up is that like the argument that Marx is making here, right? It's not actually, it's a little bit like capitalism gung-ho, right? Which can be surprising for a lot of readers the first time they hit it. And it's not something totally different than you would find in many non-Marxist, like political economists and others who were writing in this era and far later, because the sort of general argument, at least the way I read it here, is because of the constant need to change the relations, he says the instruments of production here, that's just like a sort of old way of saying technology, right? The relations of production, right? That's a way of talking about social relations between different parts of society, right? Like how different groups and different, yeah, I mean, classes is the classic Marxist term, but like later thinkers like Gramsci knows, we'll just say like groups or strata and things like this, are going to be always in motion, right? And unlike in previous periods where there's this sort of great continuity, there's going to be this, again, there's going to be this sort of this sort of churning of capitalism and its constant need to revolutionize and make more efficient and transform society will essentially wipe the slate clean, right? There will all of the medieval just think about this as European, right? All the medieval like sort of carryover will go away, and the only relation left really will be these fundamentally and sort of simply, and this is just in this period, I should say, for Marx as well. Later he sort of revisits this stuff, but like will be reduced to basically just this capitalist, just this sort of value production relation. And that really famous line, right? All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, right? Is like a very poetic way of making this argument, right? That like these things that seemed like they would last forever will kind of crumble. And before they can become a new like caste system or a new church or whatever it is, they'll be revolutionized away. And this sort of dynamism of capitalism is so important here. Is that helpful, or is that what you're hoping?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so there are this sense, you know, like Ajay was great in give us this, like be more specific about it, how actually there is this break, you know, like, okay, everything that was, you know, in the past is not, you know, relevant anymore to this new relation that is called capital, right? So then you do have then like changes such as the rise of the individual, the ideas of freedom, You create basically new social groups, like that is what we are gonna then call class, based on solely on the ownership of the means of production. You do have a new social division of labor and a new way of actually a new capacity of social production, right? What that means to actually produce collectively. So all of this actually, then Robinson says, you know, he actually, so what does he do? So there are he uses he based it on like archival work and some known mainstream forgotten sources. He actually questions this idea of radical rupture, like to him that hasn't happened, right? And I think that that's something that we could actually then debate and see to what extent, you know, it's is there. But something that, especially because then later, I was going to say this, there is this erasure of the contribution of Black people and how actually there was this, that Europe needed to create a new narrative. These actually, you know, affected even the way that they were thinking of this moment, right? And how this transition happened. So in the first 2 chapters of Black Marxism, so he highlights actually that racialism was common within the territory that we know today as Europe. Right. So what do I mean by racialism? So I mean this, like the sorting, the hierarchization of people according to some given differences that are then going to be seen as like race. So the inhabitants of Europe before the rise of capitalism were internally differentiated by their origins and by their languages. And that's very important, because this is going to be crucial in shaping domination within Europe, including the use of slavery, right? So he actually says, so on page 16 of Black Marxism. Let me just go here on my thing. So he actually, so could you read, Ajay?
Of course.
Is after the second quote.
So Tartar in Greek, or is from the 13th century?
No, Tartar Greek.
All right. Tartar Greek, Armenian, Russian, Bulgarian, Turkish, Circassian, apologies for pronunciation, Slavonic, Cretan, Arab, African, parenthetical Mori, and occasionally Chinese, Cathay, slaves, 2/3 of whom were female, were to be found in the households of wealthy and even, quote, relatively modest Catalan and Italian families, end quote. Should I continue?
Yep.
From the 13th century to the beginnings of the 15th century, the primary function of these predominantly European slaves in the economics of Southern Europe was domestic service. Nevertheless, in Spain, Catalan and Castile, and in the Italian colonies on Cyprus, Crete, and in Asia Minor, and Palestine, Genoese and Venetian masters used both European and African slaves in agriculture, on sugar plantations, in industry, and for work in mines. Should I read the quote, or should I stop here?
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you. So he actually tries to show here that I got just one quote from the first chapter, but he actually goes on to explain how there was this very diverse, let's say, racial makeup in Europe before the rise of capitalism and in the early years, right, of capitalism here. So from the 13th century to the beginnings of the 15th century, this is when you are actually beginnings of the 15th century, when you are actually gearing up, right, to think here of this transition to capitalism, which is then to him is not going to be something radical. So what he actually saying here, when you think of this, when we think of this racial makeup, so Robinson is going to say that he refuses, for example, the portrayal of the bourgeoisie as a unified group, and saying how actually, he says on page 21, the bourgeoisies of early modern capitalism were attempting to destroy or dominate each other, and how actually this was motivated also by their views on, that on this racial lenses that they actually had, right? And he also refuses the same for the working class. So on page 42, and this is already second chapter, the English working class was never the singular social and historical entity suggested by the phrase. He actually has a very strong provocation that, which I mean, I think he tried to do sort of a provocation, but you can actually then trace, you can like counter him when he says that actually the idea of socialism was grounded in the medium stratum, was actually emerged from, not from the working class, that actually there was a narrative that actually Marx and Engels and other than like late socialist authors are going to put this in the working class, but actually it's not in the working class. And actually he says that he actually traces that, says that there are actually like a divert like line actually when these authors are going like full force like working class, the working class is going like away from this idea and grounding much more in attaching themselves much more to the idea of nation. So actually then Kelly encapsulates these ideas very well in the foreword when he summarizes this particular form of English racialism was not invented by the ruling class to divide and conquer, though it did succeed in that respect. Rather, it was at the outset, shaping the process of proletarianization and the formation of working class consciousness. So he actually uses this. So he has some strategies in his retelling of history to tell us how actually Europe was racialized, to then do this, this jump that he says, this actually, so then this specific racial makeup that you see in Europe, that you have this racialization process already going on from feudalism that actually kept going in early capitalism. He then uses this, as this, step stool to go and say, and then when you had industrial production, guess what? Nothing actually changed. It's basically his strategy in the book. I mean, nothing actually changed. I mean, let's come back to this because
it's a provocation. Yeah. It's like a purposeful provocation.
Exactly. But let's come back to that. So then what he says, like Robinson, the rise of capitalism didn't happen in a void, as people were, as this idea of rupture, give us, this feeling that, as Marx said, like everything was put, behind and something completely brand new emerged. And they said, this is not a void. There was this specific soil. I liked that expression, specific soil here. And the seed of capitalism was planted there. And you have to consider that. So there was no rupture with the past. So the fabric of the previous feudal order, in which race played a central role in subjugation through slavery, was common, right? So this was carried over. We continued with that. So that's why then that quote, that part of the page 2 of the introduction that I asked Ajay to read is very important. The development, organization, and expansion of capitalist society pursued essentially racial directions. So too did social ideology. As a material force, then it could be expected that racialism would inevitably permeate the social structures emergent from capitalism. So again, because you do have here this, was very ingrained in the way that people would live their lives, the idea of race, that probably they didn't use this term, whatever, but the idea of what we know as race, these different categories, how we actually classify, sort out people according to some differences, perceived differences, in order then to dominate them, right? This was something common in the territory that we know as Europe. And this was then, he says, it was inevitable that this happened. And as evidence of this penetration of racialism into capitalism, and then this new global system, because then you have to consider, okay, with the emergency of capitalism, right? The beginning, you can say like, you actually can say that there was this trade, right? That people were trading things like this mercantile like form of capitalism. But you are thinking about, but once you have an industrial form of capitalism, that there was an expansion, right? So he says, okay, let's think then, what can show to us that, this perpetuation, the penetration of racialism into capitalism and the new global system actually happened. He actually gives two elements as proof of that. So first is the importance that nationalism assumed in Europe. Even radical thinkers like Marx and Engels, according to him, would reproduce this. So, because to him, nationalism, as other authors may actually think of nationalism as this new construction, right? There's this new creation. He actually doesn't see as entirely different from a racialized understanding of the world. Right. So to him, the fact that nationalism played a huge role, started to play a huge role in Europe, was actually an evidence of that. So me from these areas, I, Nara, from this area, see you, Ajay, that is from the other area, as someone different from me. Right. This is a basic, there is a general racialized framing here at play. And the other one, and I think that that's something interesting, is actually, he mentions the lasting presence of the white servant in the colonies in the New World.
Yeah.
Right. So the servant who was white looking, we may not call white as the way we call today, right? But like the white servant, someone who was like, there was not like black complex. This white servant was sold at the discretion of the master, was often the subject of cruel punishments, had no right to property, and could not marry without the permission of the master, and could not drink in the public tavern, right? So there's actually the lasting presence of the white servant is to him, like shows us, you see, it was carried over, right? So we went to the colonies, the arrangement that you had in Europe was actually transferred there. But, and then I want to say something important, because I really, really don't want people to think that nothing, that this carried over, this feudalism carried over, meaning that nothing substantially different happened. Because then, please don't think that, because then it would be problematic a lot, because it did. You know, there is something important that happened, even though there is like the racialism is reproduced in capitalism, something happened once you had industrial capitalism. And then I actually want, if you could, Ajay,
Sure.
read page, let me see here, 82.
Yep. Where would you like me to read from?
This Negro.
Sure. This is for people looking at the pages. This is 82, middle of the page. Second full paragraph. This Negro was a wholly distinct ideological construct from those images of Africans that had preceded it. It differed in function and ultimately in kind. Where previously the Blacks were a fearful phenomenon to Europeans because of their historical association with civilizations superior, dominant, and/or antagonistic to Western societies, the most recent being that of Islam. Now the ideograph of Blacks came to signify a difference of species, an exploitable source of energy, parenthetical labor power, both mindless to the organizational requirements of production and insensitive to the subhuman conditions of work. In the more than 3,000 years between the beginnings of the first conception of the Ethiopian and the appearance of the Negro, the relationship between the African and European have been reversed. Holy fuck, that's a great fucking section. Sorry, I shouldn't be cursing that much, but
this is actually like, to me, it's like, I think like probably like one of my favorite chapters of the book, chapter 4. So actually here, and that's what I actually want to bring. And then I think that then we understand that, yeah, you do have here this, actually this quote helps us understand what the racial order is like today, right? So while the script of racialization remained the same in emerging capitalism in comparison to the feudal system, and by that I mean you had to create and you had to justify racial differences, while this here remained, right? This was carried over. The type of enterprise that was now necessary with industrial production led to the complete erasure, destruction, the wipeout of the African past, right?
yes.
When you had to create this new figure that he calls then the Negro, right? So with the colonies, like let's imagine here the colonies, you actually are thinking about the new world, especially like the Americas, right? You are thinking here, what do you need that? You need like, what do you need there? You need like a incredible amount of intensity and extension in terms of production of labor force, right? You are engaging something that was then, this you could say, that wasn't seen, right? The type of work that you had to actually deploy was there, was, you know, huge. Yeah. So you needed more than what was available. And you needed to justify whole expeditions to enslave people, right? So when you actually have here, and then he says like how actually you had the central role of Portugal, right, in this enterprise, right? How actually Portugal, like what actually, you know, in the beginning, the kickoff actually, like having Portugal as a country that was actually very crucial to sustain this, you know, slave trade. So then, right, you had to create this justification needed to actually be, you know, fine-tuned, let's say. So when he says here, where previously the Blacks were a fearful phenomenon to Europeans because of their historical association with civilizations superior, dominant, and or antagonistic to Western society. Whom he's talking about?
You asking me, or are you asking?
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, especially because he has that parenthetical on Islam, and from just a little bit that I know, you know, especially coming out of that, having done a lot of research in that area, I imagine he's thinking of things like the Moors in North Africa, or what Europeans would call the Moors in North Africa, Turks, things like this. And it's really fascinating to me. And this was considered like an existential threat, right? This incredible power, this incredible civilization, something, fearful and in fact, potentially dominant. And what's so fascinating to me about this section that you having us read and examine here so closely is, right, we do get this racialization continuity, but the character of racialization is shifting. And it's not like there isn't like anti-Black racism in like the Middle Ages, but it's different, right? And you would find, like, I remember reading, especially in sort of histories of philosophy, like there are like Black Africans at like European, like scholastic universities, and no one's like, oh, you can't possibly do this. But there would be other groups that were racialized differently in feudalism. And then we get this whole cloth sort of expansion, and it's like a revolutionization of but a continuation of the category of racialization, because like you get the creation of this category of the quote Negro, right, as this like complete, like as fulfilling all the like magical needs of, let's say, a plantation economy, of a mass industrial plantation economy, right? So the model for, and I think this is one of the things that comes out in racial capitalism discourse so well, the model for modern society doesn't just have to be a Birmingham, shirt factory. It can also be, and should also be, a plantation in the United States or in the Caribbean or anywhere in the Americas.
Yeah. So you do, when he thinks here of this, because there was definitely Black, what we could call today Black people. They were definitely racialized before. Like even like the quote that I read about the slaves that were used in European territory, like there was here Arab, African. So there was a sense that there was this group that was racialized, but how this category was portrayed definitely changed. So he goes on, Robinson goes over here of all this pre-modern connections and relations that the territory that we know as Europe had with Africa. And then we are thinking here about the Egyptians and how the Egyptians were actually crucial to Greek and Roman. You are thinking about Arabs, right? You are thinking then like of this, of the whole Mediterranean, right? The Black Mediterranean here, how actually how they were actually, Islam was then like, there was the domination of part of Europe for a while, how actually they dominated commerce for a while.
And the world of letters, the world of commerce.
Exactly. So all of that here, had to be erased. And the creation here, in order to enact then this subhuman, this less human, right? That is the Negro, right? So, so when we think here, when we say here that in more than 3,000 years between the beginnings of the first conception of the Ethiopian and the appearance of the Negro, the relationship between African and European, the African and European had been reversed. The idea that African civilizations actually, I don't know, can use overachieved, like Europe, right. Or subjugated Europe in several moments, actually had to be completely forgotten, right? And this required a lot from Europe, a lot from folklore and legends to religion and philosophy. Right, to actually then again create this this figure called the Negro, right? The less human, the subhuman, right? The one who is actually, that can be exploited, that it can be this enormous source of labor power that was then required in this new way of in this new industrial production, right? So this is, the basics of the racial order that we have until today. right? So while capitalism, and I think that you said it right, like while capitalism is not new in reproducing racial divisions, the specific racial design that you have, the specific racial outlines, the division, specific division, and how actually was, the content of this is, I would say, I'm not sure what Robinson said, but I would say is
go for it.
It's worth noting. Is big. I mean, yeah.
Do we want to pause here
Yeah.
just for our to take another like 10 minutes of questions or so?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, just unmuting. Yeah, we have a few good questions. One person is asking if we can speak more about capitalism's link to slavery within the US context, and sort of related to what we just talked about. But yeah, if you have any thoughts about that, capitalism's link to slavery in the US context. And, we have a couple other questions as well, but if we want to start there.
Sure.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure exactly how, the specifics, I'm not sure if I understood what the person wants is in specific, but I would say that you do have, in the book itself, he doesn't go in details, I guess, from what I remember. I have to double check. Well, something that he does say though, and I think that that's important to him, when I think it's chapter 6, that he's actually talking about the making of the Black radical tradition. I think something that he enforces there is how actually there was the slave, and I think that that's important in his whole elaboration, how the slave, even though it was portrayed like this as the Negro, it wasn't this empty, entity, right? It came up with this, it came from Europe with its, their traditions, that's cosmologies, etc. And something that with the bringing, from Africa to the Americas, and then you can see the US, there was this creation, what he's called the African, unification for the first time. So rather than thinking here about these specificities, these slaves would connect to each other based on this African heritage that he says, so and then he actually went on to say a lot about resistance. I don't remember, to be honest, the specifics what he says, but he's very what he highlights in terms of slavery in the Americas and then in the US is how actually there was this resistance, that there was no passivity, right, in the slaves. And how actually this is the source. And once you actually have the consolidation of this colonial system, how actually this became a little bit more complex, to the point that you do have, sort of this, that the Black person would actually be in the system in different, let's say, lot, in different slots, right? Mm-hmm. So, and how then actually this differentiation within this racial group, Black people, how this differentiation would then lead to a Black middle class, etc., that is going to then get where he wants, which is the Black radical tradition. Right. So I think the most important thing, which even though I'm not able to maybe say how actually he goes line by line, but to say that the racial system that there was then, that once there was this consolidation of the system in the US, it became more complex. Yeah. Right.
The one thing, if I could just add to the sort of its specificity of the United States and specificity of the Americas more broadly, I would say. But we're talking about the United States, the development of what we think of as sort of right? Like modern slavery, like chattel slavery in the United States, right, is like a process. And as Nara mentioned, and Robinson is good in this, it sort of begins, its sort of social formation predates its intellectual one. So you get this sort of initially mixed population, but then when you know you need, or this is the sort of you inhabiting the sort of white ownership class, right? Like this vast need for labor, slavery becomes the institution that we know of it in the United States, or sort of in US history. And it is important to note that when we're talking about African folks who end up in the other parts of the Americas, the Caribbean in particular, but really all over the place, South America, there are similar institutions, right? Like it is not exclusive to the United States, although it does become the most pronounced, I might say. I mean, like there are societies like, Haiti, right, where it literally leads to like the slave revolution. But the United States slave system, in terms of its function and role in global capitalism, it becomes a a sine qua non for the development of modern capitalism on a global scale. So like the constant churn of, for example, production of, say, cotton, just to use one commodity example, like it becomes part of a global system. And one of the greatest examples of this is if you want to think of a specific thing, is that the British government, like quote unquote, bans slavery, but then actually promotes the cause of the Confederacy because they have a great interest in the maintenance of the system. Now, it's not like they're like great racial liberators. Rather, they're fine with like sort of outsourcing, if you will, like an early form of globalization, outsourcing that slavery to the Americas, having the Americas do that function and play that role. And I think that's enough to say about that, just to add that element of the specificity of US slavery.
Yeah, thank you. Is that anything more?
Yeah, there's another question that's kind of interesting. Comparing Marx and Engels's idea of capitalism sort of wiping away ancient prejudices. The commenter links this to Foucault with regard to how Foucault brackets ethnic racism from biological racism. And the question is, do you see this simply as a deep omission surrounding race that permeates much contemporary social theory? Or is there something to be nuanced and gleaned from this as well, maybe brought into discussion with Cedric Robinson? So the Foucauldian bifurcation of ethnic and biological racism, and how maybe that can be used or put in discussion with Cedric Robinson. It's a lot to...
Yeah, so actually,
prep my Foucault.
One thing that I actually want to enforce when Robinson says that that there was this erasure and how actually this was reproduced by other authors, is to say like, well, guys, these are products of Europe. You know, these authors and what we consume, these are products of Europe. So there was the erasure is almost like, if I can use like Marx, framework to say, well, yeah. I mean, if you are, where you are standing is going to influence what you are thinking, right? Where your feet stand is where your head thinks. So if these people were, then if like lots of authors are then part of this European fabric, this is going to be something that they are going to be blind to, and not necessarily that they are going to be blind to because they want to do that or because they want to ignore that. It's simply because they cannot see that. It's a blind spot in their vision, like to him, to Robinson, the fact that even Marx and Engels, as this highest elaboration, the highest critique of Western society, they, they had the same, they were still part of that. So it's part of, so it's not because they wanted to do that, it's because it happened, right? There are limitations in their making as well. But then how this would actually connect to Foucault specifically, I'm not sure.
So in terms of like creating a kind of a Negro subject or a Negro category that seems like fit for capitalist labor, in a way that might be a break or a different from prior like racializations. I don't know, maybe it seems that this maybe does give an impetus to the kind of like biological racism or race science or kind of the demonstration of inferiority.
The race science discourse is a huge part. Sorry, go ahead.
Scale. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that then you can trace this connection by saying that, as I said, the erasure of the Negro required a lot from Europe, something that wasn't seen before, from folklore and legends to religion and philosophy. And then we can think of philosophy, like expand this and think about science as well, right? Mm-hmm. How this was actually a justification, was part of justification to say this, this group is inferior, right? So you had to mobilize all its tools to justify this racial makeup, right? And of course, as science then, of course, would play a role, as philosophy, as religion, right? So these institutions were fundamental in this erasure of the African roots, of this erasure of the contribution of Africa. You had to do that. And that's why I said that what happened with capitalism, even though the racialization script wasn't still there, what the creation per se was, incredible. It's really incredible how much actually Europe had to mobilize to basically forget that we existed.
Just want to add two.
I'm not sure if it answers.
What?
I'm not sure if it answers the Foucault thing, but I think if you think from this perspective, I think there is a convergence on the ideas, I think.
Well, one thing that's worth pointing out here, two things actually. That one is that if you are interested in this sort of question of some of the more Foucauldian analysis and also sort of race and science and technology, that the session that Danya is doing tomorrow will be addressing some of those questions. And so like she's a better authority on that material than either of us are.
Definitely, yeah.
The second thing to mention is that someone had pointed out, Mark's mostly monitoring chat, but I have it open as well just in case. I didn't want to overemphasize that it's only the America. It's not like only the Americas, right? There is, of course, then a sort of globalization of this new form of slavery in other places, including sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, like the sort of what becomes the complex system of like racial hierarchies in, for example, again, at least the British Empire is my example, but it's not just the British Empire, like across the world, right? Where like different kinds of people will occupy different functions, different roles, literally different labor roles, and then different kinds of levels of access to goods and privileges, let's say.
Exactly, which then is going to make, which is then is going to give the possibility, of what actually is the focus of Robinson in this book, which is the Black radical tradition of the beginning of the 20th century. How actually there was here a product of this complexization of this system and how people would occupy different types of labor, and how this actually led to the possibility of even some intellectuals.
The other thing that the Foucault question sort of sparked in my mind was something that we had talked about yesterday, Nara, which was that there is a very interesting similarity to the argument about the sort of racialization as there is to like Orientalism from someone like Edward Said, who is of course drawing a little bit on Foucault, right? He's drawing on Foucault on the one hand, but also thinking about Gramsci and also thinking about the history of colonialism in the Middle East and generally the Middle East, some other areas as well. in terms of the creation, like the sort of necessary intellectual creations that go hand in hand with political and economic transformations the world over.
Yes.
So that's
yeah,
probably
good
the best
call.
I can
Like,
do after
there
with
is
Saeed right there.
this connection with Saeed. Yeah, it's important. Kelly actually mentions also that in the forward. So it's important to have this in mind, that it's not this like grasping that was like the way that Robinson did was certainly, very important, but it wasn't the only person who got that, right?
So maybe we should slide into your last block and then take we could take a final question if there's time or something like that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, actually, so good questions.
So these are awesome questions. I wish we could do them all.
Yeah, so actually, so I want to actually finish off the discussion very briefly here. Just to say that what I did, especially in this last part, I'm basically like summarizing what Robinson, like collecting these pieces, that Robinson like lays out like throughout the book to actually say how this, how racial capitalism actually came to being, right? How was this made? How racial capitalism happened, as he says. He said this development, right? This is a development. So how this happened. So I just want to actually then now, as I promised, to go back to some of the things that I said in the beginning, right? When I actually put the, set up the thing here. So, first, there was here the idea that, as I said, that racial capitalism became sort of like a buzzword. We can say that. So in the past years, there was like a renewed interest in, especially in academia as well, like to investigate, racism and capitalism, or better, like racism plus capitalism, right? And of course, it's a renewed interest because this is not a new debate. So if you have like some of my two favorite books, right? Fanon and Capitalism and Slavery by Attica Widdens. So these are some of the books, some of the authors actually that dedicated their lives to thinking of, about this puzzle, right? Who actually, in some way or another, thought about this connection. But sure, we are having this discussion right now, so there is a renewed interest. So as I said in the beginning, I don't even know if I am competent enough to say like how all the ways in which the idea of racial capitalism was developed, and how, authors went through that. But I actually want to refer to one recent-ish like piece by Nancy Fraser that is called "Is Capitalism Necessarily Racist?" The producer is going to put it in the chat. So actually I want to refer to just this one. And I recommend that people read it. And I think like especially the person who asked about how the different ways that the concept was developed. I think like Nancy Fraser in this piece, without even saying it, I think she actually mentions several ways in which, this reflection was tackled, let's say, how it was, how people had it. So I want to actually mention this piece, not to discuss Nancy Fraser in specific or her ideas or whatever, it's just to make sure that everybody leaves here with an understanding of what Robinson is saying, right? So I think it's going to be useful if we actually see someone else saying something. So this is actually a very, I'm going to share.
Go for it, yeah.
Wait, why? Desktop? No, wait. I'm not sure why it's not sharing. Okay.
Oh, do you need?
Let me see. Yeah, if someone can, let me see if I can share again.
I
no, got it.
closed my browser. I'm so sorry.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay.
Great.
So yeah, so this is the piece here, right? So she wrote in 2018, so sort of recent-ish. I want to actually thank my friend Tony Alessandrini for referring me to this piece. So actually here, this is a very Nancy Fraser like style. You know, she actually breaks down ideas and then see how these ideas can actually then like reconstruct, you know, the ideas after breaking them down. She, you know, makes us go back. So she states it here at the very beginning. Capitalism has always been deeply entangled with racial oppression, right? And then to summarize the whole story very, very briefly, she goes on to say that that's because you have two processes, exploitation and expropriation, right? So exploitation is extraction of surplus value through wage labor, through a wage labor relation. This is not she saying, this is me summarizing her piece, right? Exploitation is extraction of surplus value through wage labor relation. Whereas expropriation is any dispossession expedite that happens out of this formal relation. So colonization, draining of resources, Jim Crow, cercamientos, whatever you want to call it, you know, whatever process you can name it, right? So, and basically the whole argument here, if I can actually put briefly, is that expropriation, this idea of this dispossession expedites, fits very well capitalism insatiable drive to exploit, right? So you are basically saying that expropriation is very helpful because it expands, you know, the room in which you can actually extract and make up like more profit. Very, very, very basic, but this is here. And then she goes on and say like how historically this happened. And she says how this actually happened, you know, in several moments. It's interesting to see, like in different moments of capitalism, she presents how this happened. But that actually, this is not what Robinson is saying.
Yeah.
Okay? This is not. So instead of saying capitalism has always been deeply entangled with racial oppression, Robinson would say capitalism is racial oppression, right? So what you had was a racist social order turning into another racist social order. So that's why I said in the beginning, like the term racial capitalism, if you go deep, is even kind of weird. It's sort of a tautology, right? Because to him, like capitalism is racism, right? And racism, as we know today, is capitalism, right? So, and this is important here, like making this, and this is not like a hair splitting. This is not hair splitting, you know, because this has huge implications to the type of struggle that we are going to push forward, which is if we consider this, if we consider Robinson's idea that we are not talking about two different processes that happen to be together, there is no way that we can fight capitalism without fighting racism. You know, even this differentiation is not actually doesn't make much sense to Robinson. If we are fighting capitalism, there is no fighting one without fighting the other. Like fighting capitalism is fighting racism. And if you fight racism, you have to fight capitalism, right? Ruth Gilmore says something interesting, like if by any chance, I mean, I don't remember exactly what she said, but something like if Black people disappears, someone else is going to become Black.
Yes, that's precise. Yeah.
Someone else is going to become Black. So if capitalism continues, racial oppression is going to continue, even if in a different makeup, even if they have to create, if another Negro has to be created, right? So you have to diminish both. So you have to destroy both. You have to destroy both. So fighting one, there is no, you know, dissociation here, right? And the second comment I want to make, inspired by this Nancy Fraser's piece. Is that something? So that's something interesting, actually, that she, the move that she actually gets, and I think could be a good intro to the second session. She actually argues that with a new liberalism, the scope of expropriation became larger and larger, right? So capital is much more aggressive now. So more people are suffering with it. So then in her words, and she says this very towards the very end, when the exploited are also the expropriated and vice versa, it might be possible, finally, to envision an alliance among them. And while this sounds great, immediately, I do think it sounds great immediately.
Yeah, I like it.
I think there is a huge problem when we actually think, when we actually reflect, when we actually assess this piece with Robinson's idea here. The framework of racial capitalism, as proposed by Robinson, forces us to center race in our conversations, in our organizing, in our political action, as well as strategies, in everything that we think. So the idea here, what actually Nancy Fraser does, without even saying here, she is actually using the framework of the divide and conquer, right? So the idea of the acknowledging that expropriation became larger and more people are becoming expropriated, to her would be the grounds in which we could say, yeah, let's all unite, because capitalism is this monster that is going to keep going to expand this, its margin of profit, and everybody's going to fall, into this black hole. So we have to destroy it. And so then we have to fight both, right? But then, sort of, maybe accidentally, I'm not sure, I want to always face people with good intentions. I think maybe accidentally, it is diminishing the centrality of race, right? So to Robinson here, if we think of if we actually hold to the idea of racial capitalism, we have to center race. So there is a whole debate that I think it can come up with it, came up with this idea, but I think it's super valid. I'm here, of course, I'm going to present Robinson's idea and sort of trying to defend him the best way I can, because now is my job. But I also think that there are some things that we could question in this idea, but something that is important then, and I think that's, and I think I hope that now it's clearer why I actually mentioned the importance of Black-led movements in the beginning, right? The idea here that you have these movements that are centered in race, they are actually, and I think they are very right, some of them say that, and I think it's right, from this perspective of Robinson, that they are carrying the legacy of the Black radical tradition. It's true, because the Black radical tradition is something that Robinson says, it doesn't work, it doesn't function under the Western framework that divides rationality and ideology, right? So the idea that Praxis is going to create is elaboration, the importance of consciousness, the importance of other elements that go beyond rational scientific explanations, and that actually any elaboration regarding the condition of Black people comes out of actual experience is, something that these movements are portraying. So so those on the streets today, you can use Robinson to justify that. Those on the streets today, they are making the critique of society now.
That's right.
So so that's what actually I had to say.
I was going to say, the ending on that was so great. And it's not to drag Nancy Fraser. She's brilliant, and her analyses are brilliant. But actually, to sort of show how, in many ways, we can continue the critical analysis even further. And I think Mark has a closing question from the chat for us.
Yeah, there's sort of one kind of capping question. And again, I'm sorry we can't get to all the questions. That's because they're very good. But someone asks, if capitalism and racism are synonymous, then do you see the United States ever defeating racism or weakening it to the point of making a meaningful difference in the lives of Blacks? Because I don't see the US ever rejecting capitalism, this person writes.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think I think there are some, I think capitalism has been questioned in this past 10 years, I would say, even in the US.
Right, in the center of empire.
Exactly. I think, let's remember Occupy Wall Street, and, that, there was a growing, there is growing questioning around capitalism. We can say to what extent this questioning is radical, and to what extent this questioning goes deep to the roots, right? And I think that that's the role of movements and critical intellectuals, public scholarship, to actually foment this discussion, in the sense that, and to the exact point that these questions frames, if we keep with capitalism, are we ever making any meaningful difference in the lives of Black people? I think that's the type of question, I think the person already posed the question, right question here. This is what I could say with Robinson is that if we don't reject capitalism, there will be no meaningful difference in the lives of Black people, right? There will be no meaningful. And then we can open a whole door to debate the importance of incremental difference.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost one of the most classic questions in sort of critical social theory, right? Is this a reform that is ameliorating, or is this a reform that is leading into a more revolutionary status? And I don't think it's hard to adjudicate, but I think it's very, very important. And as you said in our conversation a few weeks ago, right, something like current demands around both defunding and then, as we'll be talking about tomorrow, abolition, are quite radical reforms that in their very nature, through the kind of system that I think you've been describing from Black Marxism, are anti-capitalist. Even if not always phrased as such.
Yeah, I think there are some moments in history in which you can actually encapsulate a demand that is able to be sharp enough to go straight to the roots, and I think in some moments you have that. So when I say here rejecting capitalism is not to wake up tomorrow necessarily.
Hey, communism, what's going on?
And say we have to get to communism today. Otherwise nothing. But the idea that maybe, when I think about centering race in our strategies, right? The idea that when we think about the long term, we have to think about, exploding this, the foundations of capitalism, in order to actually think about the existence of no races. And I think here, and we have to consider, racial order today is, against people of color, against Black people. But as I said, if we disappear tomorrow and capitalism is still there, someone's going to become Black, So this is not something. So, and I think that would be something interesting to think about, the grounds of alliance that
that's right.
Nancy Fraser is actually talking in her piece.
Yes,
right?
That's right.
The idea that someone is going to actually be racial, that we're all in a system of economic exploitation, there will always be someone who's going to be racialized, right? There is in a very brief moment of the book, I think end of chapter 5, Robinson actually says that this racial order, or chapter 4, I don't remember, that this racial order was actually put in place, and that's the order that we have today. The order that he actually refers to Walter Rodney, how actually the development of the West is the underdevelopment of Africa, and how actually in the center of capitalism, Black people kept reproducing this by being workers, like the lowest, part of the strata. Yes. So I think that could be something to think about, that the end of capitalism is a way of ending the current and the potential racial divisions that we might have.
All right. And I think, unfortunately, we could go on forever, but I just want to thank Nara for this amazing discussion, and all of you for your amazing questions, and for watching, and Mark for adjudicating between the two. But we're going to be switching over. So thank you so much, Nara. And we're going to take just like a 5-minute break here. But thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Nara.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to, thank you for everybody who tuned in and for the questions. And I'm happy. And if you want to reach out to me with your questions, like just look for my contact on the BISR page or in the Facebook. There is like, I'm tagged there, whatever. Feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to keep going with the conversation. Thank you so much, folks, for having me. Good luck in the next question, in the next session. Okay.
So we're going to take like a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with our next.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
come home. 'Cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part. We'll ever part. Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Come on home, 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name, oh your name. When you left, you broke my heart, broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, we'll ever part. Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Take it back.
All right, I was just talking muted, which is a classic feature of our era, I think. So welcome back. And thanks again to Nara for the amazing opening session, and to everyone who's watching. And also say again that, feel free to put comments and questions in the chat. And Cora, who's down below me now, hello Cora, will be trying to collate them and relay them in the sections we have for questions and discussion. I just want to introduce my colleague to my left, I believe, on your screen, which is Raphaele Chappe, who teaches economics and political economy here at Brooklyn Institute. Raphaele, do you want to say hello?
Hi everyone.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm sorry that I missed the first session because I was preparing my slides, but I'm sure this is promising to be really interesting 2 days.
So yeah, as I mentioned in the very beginning, our second session is on neoliberalism, and the primary text that we had sort of centered in on was just, I think, a sort of modern classic in the field. I don't know if you would agree with maybe that, Raphaele. Like it's a big one. It
Which one?
is Philip Mirowski's "Never Let a Serious Crisis Go to Waste." There you go. But actually, just to sort of make a nice transition from the previous discussion to this one, I did think I would again mention Gilmore's Golden Gulag, particularly because she really I actually, I think we put a couple of her chapters in the folder for this. So if you're looking for more reading to do afterwards, like after the 2-day thing is over, please read. And I hope that you'll have some of the tools for analysis and for understanding of the argument she's making, because a lot of what she talks about in terms of the thing that we're talking about today, neoliberalism, however you want to call it, she calls it sort of like the post-Keynesian state, or the transition from a welfare warfare state, like a sort of military Keynesianism, to a workfare warfare state, which is the sort of neoliberal state that we have today. She even calls it at one point the anti-state state, even though she is not making this argument about a shifting state capacity, one that we'll see very strong in Mirowski as well as, of course, it's something I'm going to come back to in some of my comments when we get to the parts of Mirowski that are about specifically about policing and incarceration. So I do want us to keep that framework that we were just talking about in mind, but we are going to dive into a sort of broad-based discussion using Mirowski's sort of not all, but most of his 13-point sort of theses on what neoliberalism is, to sort of to sort of get through what that means, neoliberalism as a form of capitalism. What does that mean, right? Like people use this word all the time. And I will also just say that there's so many ways of talking about this, and we won't get to all of them today, right? I'm just looking over at the books that I have stacked next to me right now, right? There's, I can think about this in neoliberalism as an international legal order. And I think of someone like Quinn Slobodian's book Globalists. And that's something else I'm going to come back to, I think, during the discussion. We can think about it as a sort of class order, as people like David Harvey do, as something related to finance, which I know we're going to talk about in this session. But someone like Greta Kruppner makes this point very, very well. Or you could be talking about it as sort of personal practices, as people like from Foucault to Wendy Brown to just a Lauren Berlant. There's a whole host of people who talk about these in all these different levels and ways. And so again, as I said in the very beginning, right, this is not the end all, we don't have a perfect package to deliver you on any one of these things, but we will sort of go through some of the bits that we think are interesting for today. So with that, I think I should pass over to you, Raphaele.
Sure. I feel a little bit offended that you said that I wasn't a perfect package.
Oh no, well,
just kidding.
That was a collective statement.
Just kidding. Yeah. So I thought I would use the 13 theses as a sort of a guiding, a guide into this complex topic of neoliberalism from this book. Everybody should have the reading, right? It was put in. It was shared with people. I did prepare a PowerPoint just so we can visualize some of the quotes from the text, and I've also added some graphs and everything, so it should be easier to follow. So if we can share that, that'd be great.
Great, just give me one moment.
Yeah,
And
sure.
I'll point out to folks that we're not doing them in order. We've sort of clustered them thematically. And so Raphaele will be talking about some,
Right.
and I'll be talking about some. But yeah, you'll see.
Great. It's great to see Cora and to see the office.
Yeah.
Cora. I haven't been there in a while. So I guess the first interesting thing to talk about is this concept of neoliberalism and laissez-faire, right? And it's commonly asserted that neoliberalism, the neoliberal turn that really starts in the mid-70s, right, is all about the state empowering markets and retreating, right? And it's laissez-faire. And one of the interesting proposition that Morawski makes is that it's not really about laissez-faire. It's really about redeploying the state, right? So it's a different kind of state, but it's not necessarily shrunken state. It's just redeployed. So some of the interesting quotes here. So Morawski points to Foucault, the conditions for the existence of a good society will not come about naturally in the absence of a concerted political effort and organization. As Foucault presently observed in 1978, neoliberalism should not be confused with the slogan laissez-faire, but on the contrary should be regarded as a call to vigilance, to activism, to perpetual interventions. So that's the first kind of really interesting point. And I'll pair that up with another quote from that same thesis. What is neo about neoliberalism is the remaking and redeployment of the state as the core agency that actively fabricates the subjectivities, social relations, and collective representations suited to making the fiction of markets real and consequential. And what's kind of interesting for me there is that if you think about, Margaret Thatcher's famous "there is no alternative," right? This idea that markets are inevitable, they're a natural state, almost like the law of physics, to describe the state of the world, right? In a capitalist society. The point here that's being made is that this isn't going to come about naturally. Actually, it's not a natural state of things. It's something that's constructed, right? And it's constructed in a number of ways. It's constructed by the state, right? But it's also constructed through what Morawski says here, a new kind of subjectivity of the neoliberal subject, right? So if you go to the next slide, I just wanted to advertise my next course, Polanyi, which just starts in a couple of weeks. But this point is reminiscent of Polanyi's view on the birth of a market society, right? So this book, The Great Transformation, which isn't about neoliberalism, by the way, is about market society more generally, which is something that really begins with the birth of capitalism. But what's interesting in this book is the idea that it's constructed by the state, and specifically by the rise of the nation state. So the market society came about through heavy state intervention. It's not something that just appeared on its own. The next interesting point that we can connect this idea to is the next slide, which is another book that we read at the Brooklyn Institute, which is Carl Schmitt on the state of exception, and this book, Political Theology. And the point here is that neoliberalism may require, and again, this is not a book about neoliberalism, but the idea that sovereignty is revealed in these kinds of extraordinary crises where normal rules are lifted and there's an intervention of the sovereign. And that's when you can recognize basically who has the power, right? And I think if you incorporate Schmitt into Morawski's thesis, you can also understand that neoliberalism, that this state reconfiguration is going to reveal itself at critical moments. We're going to see this massive state intervention in moments of state of exception. So what I wanted to do is talk a little bit, if you go to the next slide, about, something that I've been talking about, which is monetary policy. But before I do that, I wanted to just go pair that up with Morawski's thesis number 4. A primary ambition of the neoliberal project is to redefine the shape and functions of the state, not to destroy it. So again, this idea of we're going to have massive state interventions at times,
Yeah.
right? Now, he points to, this is another quote here that you can look at. I'm not going to read it, but the audit society, this idea that we're going to introduce a new kind of public management that's going to be relying a lot more on private contractual arrangements, right? So in prisons, maybe we're going to rely on sort of private catering services or private security services.
As a source of profit.
As a source of profit. If you go to the next slide, more on this audit society, he points to the financial sector as an example of this. And he's like, well, we're outsourcing regulatory supervision, and we're outsourcing that to these private organizations, or quasi-private organizations. And so FINRA, which is the regulator, Moody's, Fitch, and S&P, which are these credit rating agencies, right, that tell us whether securities, what level of risk, right, certain securities have. One would think that that would fall under the heading of protecting investors or protecting, citizens. But in fact, it's all been outsourced. The state doesn't really do it anymore. So that's one example. But I think we could just generalize these ideas. And so monetary policy, which is sort of one thing I've been looking at recently, if you move to the next slide, is, and I'm going to tie that to the state of exception, to Schmidt's state of exception, which is that in normal times, we have a government entity, but it's independent, right, from elected politicians, but it's the Federal Reserve, it's a central bank. It's supposed to control short-term interest rates in the economy. And the way that it does that is through these open market operations. It's technical, not really going to go into that, but essentially the Fed buys and sells these short-term government securities, government debt, treasury bills. And the goal here in normal times is just you smoothly manage the economy, right? And you try to get unemployment and inflation under control, and there's kind of like a trade-off between the two. That's your classic monetary policy. What's been happening as of late is a very different kind of monetary policy, which is increasingly about rescuing markets. So it's not about, the smooth management of the economy, but it's about intervening at these key strategic moments where the market is about to collapse. Right. And we see this massive redeployment of the state where trillions of dollars get pumped into the economy. So if you go into the next slide, this is something that's been dubbed the magic money. This is very recent. This is an article in Foreign Affairs. You can see the title, Can Endless Spending Prevent Economic Calamity? If you go to the next slide, this is the Fed's response to the COVID crisis, which is to step in and provide trillions of dollars in loans. Right, 2.3 trillion in loans. This is the magic money. And I think the word magic is interesting to me because I think it connects a little bit with the state of exception, right? This is just like, ooh, something's really weird here. And for lack of a better term, we don't know how else to describe what's happening. So he puts the name magic onto this. If you go to the next slide, you'll see, okay, I know this gets super technical. I'm not going to spend any time on this, but just to show you the different kind of loan facilities that were put in place by the Federal Reserve. And they have these very boring names, but some of them are open-ended in terms of the amounts, and some of them have like limits to the program. And you can see that not so many facilities were actually used yet, right? So the announcement preceded the actual extension of the funding. Another thing that's interesting to point out is that this is supposed to be not free money. It's supposed to be these loans that are backed by collateral. So it's structured as lending to key financial market participants. And also, by the way, to municipalities, right? So there are different types of facilities there. But these are loans, but a lot of the stuff that's scheduled to go into these things are the supposed junk bonds, right? So like corporate credit facilities. We're talking about debt that is most likely worthless or about to default. So it's a collateralized loan, but it's also just injecting free money, right? And who is getting that free money? It's those asset managers or banks or financial institutions that hold these assets, right? So there's this tremendous pumping of free money into the system, and it's very well hidden because it's not so clear, right? You can see that this is kind of confusing to look at. What are all these facilities? It's a loan, what is this? But in essence, it's trillions of dollars of money pumped out of thin air that is injected into the economy and going to very specific places. So that is Schmidt's, state of exception, and you can really kind of see this form of sovereignty deploying itself. That's the neoliberal state, right? A very heavy state intervention, but to prop up the markets, to rescue the markets.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Ajay.
Should I transition, or are you?
No, I was gonna just keep going. I'm almost. I think I'm.
Yeah, go
almost there.
I thought Schmidt was my cue. Sorry.
Oh yeah, but we'll go back.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to the next, this just to show you that these Fed announcements are what did the trick to rescue the S&P 500. It wasn't enough to just do normal monetary policy through interest rate cuts, right? The markets kept crashing. It's only when the Fed announced these unlimited asset purchases that the market rebounded. So it worked. Mm-hmm. The next slide just shows you, I think, the Fed's balance sheet, just to look at the long-term perspective, that this happened in 2008 and it's happening now again, right? And you see these very sudden, exceptional, unprecedented increase in the size of the Fed balance sheet. We went from 1 trillion to 4 trillion as a result of the 2008 crisis, and we're now going up to 7 trillion, right? So next slide is just to make that point that this is different from the CARES Act, even though the amounts are the same, 2.3 trillion.
Right.
It's kind of confusing, but in the CARES Act, there's also money going to businesses, right? It's kind of direct rescue package. There is also money going to households, but it's kind of crumbs, right? It's the 610 billion compared to the size of what is going to these other entities. And then I think I'm almost done.
That's fine.
Ready to pass it on. But if you go to the next one, yeah, I was going to pair that with Murawski's thesis number 12, which is about incarceration. As we keep talking about this redeployment of the state, I just gave one example that was about monetary policy and the Fed. Here's another example about the growth of the carceral state and the carceral sphere. Murawski says, in the name of getting the government off our back, the function of criminal sanction in a capitalist market economy is to prevent individuals from bypassing the efficient market. This is actually a quote from Richard Posner, who is a well-known neoliberal that Murawski points to, right? So what we're doing here is we're putting people in jail because they are bypassing the market, right? Here's another interesting quote from Murawski: economic competition imposes natural order on the rich because they have so much to lose. The poor need to be kept in line by a strong state because they have so little to lose. And so this suggests that poverty is increasingly a threat to the system, because the poor is essentially those who are unable to fit into the market logic, right? And so you throw them in jail if they refuse to go through the market. And I think in the next slide, I'm showing you just the growth of poverty rates in the US, which is kind of interesting, number of people in poverty. And you see that grow, and that coincides also with the neoliberal order. Okay, so I know that, Ajay, you have a lot more to say on
yeah, let me, some of the things I just want to connect, again, back to the previous conversation. But this is, Raphaele, you always kill me with these charts, because it's like, then I'm sort of like, oh my God, the level of the numbers. But no, let me roll back for a second, because as Raphaele mentioned a few times, like the sort of neoliberal era, right? Or thinking about that, right? And it's something that Nara mentioned also in the previous session, or about like thinking, right? This something that's kind of starts in some ways in the 1970s, right? And is a really sort of refashioning of the pre-existing capitalist order. And it is a different form of governing that order. And if you're facing a series of crises, and that's maybe too complicated to get in today, but sort of solving for a series of crises. And part of that story is the story of the sort of the creation of the, prison industrial complex, as we were sort of thinking about in number 12, and I'll do a little reading from there as well. But even going back to 4, and the other thing I should say is that, I'm really sort of happy that we have sort of Schmidt on the table. We'll be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow, and like whether or not it fits perfectly into the framework or not, but like, and whether or not like it's perfect Schmittian sovereignty or not. I think Raphaele sort of really hits the nail on the head that when she says that like, in these sort of moments of punctuated crisis, you really see where power lies, and where the system is driving, right? And frankly, who is driving, or at least in whose interest. Slightly Leninist comment, but like, right, in whose interest things are driving.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that Murawski, for those who did download the texts, if you look at on page 56 to 50, it's right. Sorry, there were no paper page numbers in the PDF. If you look at thesis number 4, which Raphaele just mentioned, and I want to talk a little bit more about the social and political side of these things, right? Murawski quotes Friedrich Hayek, a very, very famous, I guess you would call him an economic thinker as well as a social and political thinker, philosopher of the right and of sort of neoliberalism, one of the sort of great thinkers associated with that school of thought, right? Said at one point in 1966 that liberalism and democracy, although compatible, are not the same. It is at least possible in principle that a democratic government may be totalitarian, and that an authoritarian government may act on liberal principles. A state demanding unlimited power of the majority has essentially become anti-liberal, end quote. And what you actually see someone like Hayek making the case for in a quote like that is and he actually, there's other times you can find other quotes from him personally, but it's not just about him as a person. It's about a sort of mode of thought that in some sense you have to create the conditions, as Raphaele said, for a kind of market flourishing and for a return to profitability, and then protect them. Protect them from what? Slobodian, that book I mentioned right up front, and Globalists, which is like a really provocative title. He's sort of purposely doing that. Don't like, use that as a slur. But in that book, Globalists, like he makes the argument that stretching all the way back to the earliest times people were even thinking about some of the ideas that we now call neoliberalism, there were 2 threats that people had in mind. One was, as we just see in this quote that I just read from Hayek, that it's in the Murawski, the power of democracy, right? That, and I don't just mean here like casting a vote, right? I mean like real, like democratic flourishing can indeed poses a threat to sort of perfect economic liberalism, i.e. perfect market capitalism, right? If there's going to be majority rule in a capitalist society in which like if sort of like just the natural tendency is going to be towards concentration and control by the bourgeoisie or a small number of people, however you want to put it. If there's actual democratic action, like it's always going to challenge that. So on the one hand, you need to sort of be protecting against that. And on the other hand, and this is one of the things I think is so important to sort of link some of these texts together, is that Slobodian also says the other thing that was driving this fear was the actual historical process of decolonization all over the world. And we can think about that both in the sort of formal sense of countries becoming sovereign in the global south, but also internal decolonization. And that this was seen as an explicit threat to economic liberalism, right, to capital. And if we and if we turn to that number 12, which is just a few pages later, right? Oh my God, wait a minute. All right, yeah. I just want to read a little bit of it and then connect it to a few things. Let's make sure I haven't done this wrong. Yes, yeah. The neoliberal program ends up vastly expanding incarceration and the carceral sphere in the name of getting the government off our backs. And I just want to point out, like, Murawski's a little bit like wry in the way he writes. And I will again emphasize some of the points that Nara was making before and some of the points that Gilmore makes in Golden Gulag, that when we say our backs here, right, it is a racialized category. It is a class category. It has to do with access to resources. It has to do with the way in which people are viewed, right? So getting the government off our backs literally is getting the government on other people's backs, right? Like that is part of the redeployment process we are talking about here. And he goes on to say, right, this might seem counterintuitive at first, right? Right, isn't neoliberalism all about freedom, all about libertarian ideals, and we don't want, but actually, like, to protect private property and to protect the kind of austerity measures and to protect the kind of system that neoliberalism is going to put in place to prevent things like democratization and decolonization, you're going to require a vastly, the phrase Murawski uses is unchecked expansion of the penal sector, as has happened in the United States. As Bernard Harcourt has explained, I'm reading from Murawski, has explained in detail, however much this previous thing that he talks about, we'll talk about in a second, might seem to suggest that crime be treated as just another market process. Neoliberalism broadly read, he has these funny phrases for it, has moved from the treatment of crime as exogenously, right, coming from outside the system, defined within a society, but by its historical evolution to a definition of crime as inefficient attempts, this is what Raphaele quoted before, to circumvent the market. The implication is that intensified state power in the police sphere and a huge expansion of prisoners incarcerated is fully complementary with a neoliberal conception of freedom. And what you get here, and like what I think is like a helpful addition to like add to Murawski, if I can just do it for one moment. Oh no, that's the wrong, whoops. Oh yeah, sorry, if I can just add for one moment, is to become explicit about the role that racialization, he's drawing on Foucault, talks a lot about racialization, but like that racialization plays in this. So I'm just gonna read just this tiny quote from Gilmore. And again, she drills down very deeply into one like so like dense case study, which is the development of the prison system and of the criminal justice, the sort of further development of the criminal justice system in California in this time period that we're talking about. But she writes, here we must briefly digress and reflect further on prison demographics in particular, their exclusive domination of working or workless poor, most of whom are not white. Since it has never been so easy for people of color to get into prison, we have to ask how racism works to lock in both them and more poor white people as well. To what degree has the regular observer of any race learned both willfully and unconsciously to conclude that the actual people who go to prison are the same as those the abolitionist Ruth Morris called the terrible few? The terrible few are a statistically insignificant and socially unpredictable handful of the planet's humans. whose psychopathic actions are the stuff of folktales, tabloids, including the evening news and reality television, and emergency legislation. Right? Here we have the emergency measures again. When it comes to crime and prisons, the few whose difference might horribly erupt stand in for the many, whose difference is emblazoned on surfaces of skins, documents, and maps, color, credo, citizenship, communities, convictions. The paroxysmal thinking required to make such a substitution is the outcome of many prods and barbs, in which aggression, violence, order, and duty conflate into an alleged force of American human nature. This is in scare quotes. This thinking reveals the imaginary relationships people have with neighbors, recast as strangers in a thoroughly racialized and income stratified political economy that regularly redefines possibilities while never setting absolute positive or negative limits, right? So in her comment there, what we see happening is like a drill down into the general point that Murawski is making about incarceration and the sort of the incredible expansion of the coercive arm of the state in neoliberalism in the instantiation that it has in the United States. Right, and in the development of this thing we call the prison industrial complex, and which really does take off. You know, she has beautiful arguments about this. It's a different text, and we'll maybe some other time, but really does take off starting in that period in the late 70s and then exploding through the 90s in these very, very, very sort of disturbing and fascinating ways, and just to sort of cap this part off, and then maybe we'll stop and then I'll throw it back to Raphaele. Is that how we're structuring?
Sure.
So just to cap this off, I'll just read one more bit from here, in which she says, in my view, prisons are partial geographic solutions to political economic crises. And I think this really well fits in, like if you're thinking about the really big picture that Raphaele was just drawing for you, right? There are these political there's political sort of structures putting them in place, and there are crises, often political and social crises, that are incorporated within them. So in my view, prisons are partial geographical solutions to political economic crises organized by the state, which is itself in crisis. This is something I want to come back to much later, and Raphaele is going to go next. But crisis means instability that can be fixed only through radical measures, which include developing new relationships and new or renovated institutions out of what already exists. The instability that characterized the end of the golden age of American capitalism provides a key. And so I just want to stop there in terms of, again, thinking about some of the topics that we're talking about throughout this entire two-day process, and the way in which one of the, you know, we talked about this before, but like one of the foundations is this transformation of political economy that Raphaele is describing here, right? Like a lot of this is happening within a broader, on top of and as part of a broader framework. So I'm going to pause there, I think. And should we take questions?
So we're still waiting for some questions to come in.
Oh, okay, cool.
But yeah, I'll let you know when they do, and we can hold them in. So yeah, y'all keep going.
So Raphaele, I'm going to hand back to you then,
Okay.
unless you have anything you want to like gloss on what I just said.
No. That I think those Murawski's theses work particularly well together to paint this picture of this redeployed state with emphasis in certain areas, right?
Right. Market flourishing, population coercion.
Yeah, right. So that's sort of part one, if you like, of defining the neoliberal paradigm. So part two, I don't know how many parts there are, but we'll keep moving. But
three, but yeah.
Part two is I think understanding a little bit better the agents in neoliberalism and their state of mind. And so something that was interesting to me is this empowerment of entrepreneurship as the kind of mental frame of mind that people are in. So if we could just screen share the PowerPoint, I have more graphs to show. So there's thesis number 6, in Morawski, which is interesting, which is this idea that entrepreneurship is everywhere. And so he's again pointing to Foucault. Mm-hmm. And again saying that, many people have quoted Foucault's prescient observation from 3 decades ago. In neoliberalism, Homo economicus is an entrepreneur, and an entrepreneur of himself. So that's really kind of weird, right? What you are managing is yourself as a
right. I'm like developing my human capital, right?
That's
I'm
right.
Exactly. I am my own business. This is what Uber imagines if I drive for Uber, right? I am my own boss, right? My own entrepreneur.
And paired with another quote here, not only does neoliberalism deconstruct any special status for human labor, but it lays waste to older distinctions between production and consumption rooted in the labor theory of value, and reduces the human being to an arbitrary bundle of investments. Skill sets, temporary alliances, family, sex, race, and fungible body parts. I particularly like the body parts at the end.
That's fascinating.
So what does he mean when he's talking about deconstructing the special status for labor and laying to waste distinction between production and consumption? There's actually a lot buried in that statement.
Yeah.
And well, if you think about it, even from a Marxist point of view, right, the distinction between the worker who's selling labor power for a wage and the entrepreneur, who is also the capitalist, who is setting in motion the process of production by buying capital and engaging in the production process and ending up at the end of the production process with more money, with profit, right? And these two categories are distinct, separated, right? You cannot be both a worker and an entrepreneur. Now, what Morawski is pointing out here is that if entrepreneurship is everywhere and people are entrepreneurs of their own self, then that distinction sort of closes, right? You are engaging in some kind of a production process with your own labor if you are your own entrepreneur, right? And what exactly are you? You're not just selling your labor, right? Instead, you are managing your assets, and your asset includes human capital. So you are on LinkedIn, you're displaying all of your degrees and all your skills and all your prior jobs. That's part of managing your assets. But you can extend this logic to everything in your life, including your family, including sex, including race, right? So this logic just becomes the dominant logic. And so that's interesting. I want to follow that, if you don't mind going to the next slide. Just pair that up with the increasing precarity in labor markets. And I think there's an interesting connection here to be made between this entrepreneurship as a state of mind, right? As to cover up or make more palatable the increase in risk that is being shifted onto the shoulders of workers. And you can see this through this rise in precarity in the traditional work arrangement or labor contract, right? So now you've got the rise of this alternative work arrangement, which is offers workers a lot less control over their hours and how many hours do they work, over their wage, the number of temporary help agency workers or on-call workers, contract company workers, independent contractors, freelancers, the number of workers who are described by this new type of work arrangement is increasing under neoliberalism. This is just from some recent paper published by Katz and Kruger, but shows you that in 2015, you've got about almost 16% of workers from 10% just 10 years before. And this is not just the gig economy, right? This is a whole category of precarious worker, right? Who doesn't get full employee benefits, right? Who is a lot more precarious. You use them when you need them, you don't when you don't, kind of a thing. Right?
I was just going to add, especially because I know there are people watching from different parts of the world that, like, for example, what gets called precarious in like sort of Europe is different. Like a like a regular American like labor contract in by many Europe standards of other countries would be considered also be considered precarious. So this is like a level of precarity on top of that already pretty rickety labor system. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, that's a good clarification. There was a recent article in the New Left Review by I'm not quite sure how you pronounce. Is it?
I think it's Aaron Benev.
Okay.
Nev, yeah. I love this article as well, and I wish I could pronounce his name correctly. I apologize.
But where the point he makes is that a lot of the precarity in labor markets could reflect a shift from unemployment to underemployment.
Yes.
And so the idea that's interesting there is there's actually not a lot of economic growth happening in this gig economy or precarious share of the economy. And the only way to really grow the sector is by paying people poorly and squeezing the wages. It's sort of the only way. And so you do that and you have full employment. It's just that everybody's working not enough hours and is earning not enough, right? So it's not that you have some workers are happily employed and they're making a fair wage, and then other workers are out of the job. It's kind of like you blend these two categories together and you have new category of precarious worker who is not working what they want to be working or how they want to be working, who's underemployed and also earning less. And those jobs were the first one to be affected by COVID. So if you go to the next age, the early COVID job cuts, I don't know if, hold on, I lost my, oh, there you go. What all these quotes have in common is that they're very early, right? They happen at the very beginning of the pandemic, right? This is like March 11. Article in the Washington Post that the early coronavirus-related job cuts appear to have mostly affected younger entry-level employees and gig workers. Other quote here from Wired, the executive director of the Seattle Right shares Drivers Association, the rides were down. Workers were just losing immediately their livelihood, right? And then another quote below about the precariousness of gig work that is really illustrated by the crisis. So what you saw with COVID was immediately the first jobs that were the ones to go were those precarious jobs that were covered by these alternative, untraditional work arrangements. And you can measure this increase in precarity by looking at not just earnings and whether people are making more money or less money, but also the volatility of earnings. If you go to the next slide, I'm showing you the increase over time of just the fluctuations in people's income. And that is the volatility, which is how you measure the pace of fluctuation, is going up. So you can see this trend of volatility going up. It's rather technical how you measure this, and I don't want to go into the detail of transitory versus permanent. Transitory, you're looking at sort of fluctuations over a short period of time. Permanent, you're looking at the long-term trajectory of people's income over long periods, but all measures show that it's increasing. So that's just earnings. But if you factor in also the cost of things like healthcare, for instance, then you realize that precarity is people are even more precarious, because it's not just that you have unpredictability in your earnings. It's also that the cost of getting treated, if you need it, getting any kind of medical coverage for you, that's also going through the roof. So it makes it a lot more difficult. So if you go to the next slide, you can have a more comprehensive measure of people's economic insecurity with this index that was developed by Jacob Hacker, who I believe is at Yale. It's called the Economic Security Index. And he's just looking at the percentage of Americans who are experiencing major economic losses, right? So like people who are seeing a drop in their income after taking into account unexpected healthcare expenses, for instance, right? And you can see that that share is clearly going up over that whole neoliberal period. Unfortunately, these statistics that he has only go to 2011, 2013. He hasn't continued with the index, but it would be interesting to continue the index and see, you know, that curve continuing to go up.
Particularly into now.
Particularly after COVID, right?
Yeah.
So if you go to the next slide, right, what that left us with is a picture of American workers increasingly unable to absorb any kind of shocks to their income. And we saw that very clearly with COVID. 57% of households are not financially prepared for shocks. 33% of households have no savings at all, right? I think the Federal Reserve found that at most people have $400 to deal with an emergency. So people aren't able to build any wealth. That makes them more precarious and vulnerable to shocks. We also saw with COVID, just the specifics, that your vulnerability to loss of income was a function of your industry. If you worked in hospitality, if you worked in transportation, you know, airline, then you were immediately facing job cuts or, you know, reduced revenue and earnings, or more generally, if you worked in any industry where physical contact was required. There are other forms of precarious jobs where you weren't the first one to go, right? So if I'm an adjunct faculty in a university, I'm kind of precarious, right? Like my employment contract is sort of can be renewed or not, right? I don't have any security, but I was able to go online and continue teaching, right? I wasn't really the first one to be hurt by COVID disruptions. Okay, so I wanted to pair that aspect, that dimension of, you know, entrepreneurship is the only thing that makes this reality more palatable for people, because you make them feel like even though all these trends are happening that are shifting precarity and risk, you are empowered as an entrepreneur of your own destiny. So, hey, you know, I'm a Uber driver. I can decide when to drive or when not to drive, right? You can disguise all of this reality by this empowering psychological mechanism, right? That is this reference to entrepreneurship. There was a ad, I tried to find it and I couldn't as I was preparing for these slides, but this ad for, it's like a gig platform for like certain skills, and it showed you someone who was super tired. It's like they hadn't slept in 3 days, but they're like, I'm getting shit done, you know.
Oh, I think
it was
that's
making
Fiverr.
Sexy.
I think that's Fiverr, that they have the worst. They put back when we were on, like, they have days to plaster the subway with these Fiverr ads.
That's it.
Like the person's super tired and they're like, but it's like awesome. It's like,
that's right. Yeah. So that's a great image that I think really captures what's happening here. And so to follow it up with a related point about freedom, right? And the emphasis on freedom. So if you go to the next slide, what is freedom in this neoliberal order? So Morawski says, you know, this is thesis number 7, that the neoliberals extol freedom as trumping all other virtues. But what do we mean by freedom, right? But the definition of freedom is recoded and heavily edited with their framework. And the freedom is, in a nutshell, freedom to engage in market transactions. That's what freedom means in a neoliberal society. And so the market is expanding to everything. And what that means, and this is next quote here from thesis number 7, which is interesting for us to think about, it follows from the human capital concept that education is a consumer good, not a life transforming experience. So freedom to engage in market transaction, the logic of market transaction invades every aspect of life. We're all entrepreneurs managing our human capital. What happens to something like education? It becomes just something that I buy and I put on my LinkedIn profile, right? Not a life transforming experience. And so I think you could take this logic and analyze a whole bunch of things.
I mean, I'll just add, both for the previous discussion you were having about the sort of impact of COVID on certain industries, and in this one, like for the former, right? Again, I think to put this in conversation with the first session, like let's say a high probability, there is a caste-like relation of, we know with decent like probability who will end up with those kinds of in those kinds of positions, right? So it's different kinds of racializations are going to be functioning in these things, all right? So like, for example, when we think of kitchen work here in the United States, right, heavily dominated by Latino workers, often undocumented, right? And this is just like well known, like it's like almost everyone in that industry or related to it like knows that this is a fact. And when we're looking at the kind of data that Raphaele was just showing you on the previous page about precarity and about like the impact of, for example, this particular crisis, it hits some groups just so much harder because of who will be because of who has access. And similarly, this kind of freedom, I love, I mean, again, Roski's very wry, right? This is a freedom only for some. Like, it's like everyone's free to be their own entrepreneur, but really actually not, right? Like, it's free to be as much entrepreneur as you're kind of like born into, or at least have like some access to resources to. And so like, even it's like narrow, like crippled, that's not the word, shriveled definition of freedom as kind of market action is limited, right? Is itself limited to those who are then allowed to be part of market action formally, and then informally those who are then thrown out of market interaction. And finally, this last bit, and then I think I'll throw it to Cora, who has some questions, is that it actually just reminds me again of a passage. I won't read it, but of something that comes up in the Gilmore, in which she does point out that like the more we surveil and police, and the more we marketize, and the more, and doesn't necessarily, right? It's Murawski gets this, I think, very subtly correct, right? It's not necessarily all privatization. It's kind of like a weird, murky, bureaucratic mix. And often, for example, in discussion of prisons, people will focus on private prisons, which are only like 3 to 5% of prisons. Really, it's these like services for public prisons are like the real like cash cow. But like, she notes that like, as you have these increases in this kind of policing and this kind of surveillance, but also this kind of marketization, that this happens to everything, right? This kind of transformation that you're seeing here in education happens also to other sort of community level and society level relationships, not only in this sort of grand structural way, but in the ordinary interactions of people with their neighbors and you know, in everyday life. And I think that sort of it really is a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? That you quoted Margaret Thatcher before as well, right? She has that famous line, they're only individuals and their families. And it really is like, okay, let's put into place the policy where you literally live that way, and also sort of fear the world around you in that way in which you think that's just, you're just the atomized individual, it's only you. So Cora, sorry about that.
Okay, so yeah, we've got a couple questions, and I'll just throw them both to you, and then you can decide which order you want to address them, both of you, if that works.
Sure.
We've got 2 questions. I'm going to sort of combine them that are concerned with the money printing intervention from the Fed, and really teasing out like the unsustainability of that initiative. So that's one question. And the second is moving back to the state of COVID-19, and looking at contractual language, moving to year-long agreements to like COVID closing clauses. So those are questions that have been coming in. So if y'all want to tackle those.
Cool. And
Yeah.
do you want to stop the share screen just for a second?
Sure. Yeah. One second.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
No.
Raphaele, you should definitely feel these.
Sure. Yeah.
That's not my specialization.
So if it were any other country on planet Earth, right, that was printing, engaging in this massive
this is a great point.
Printing exercise, then what would happen to them? Their currency would depreciate relative to other currencies, and they could have perhaps massive inflation, right? So the currency would lose its value, and that would manifest itself on the international exchange market in terms of exchange rate. It would manifest itself domestically through hyperinflation, right? Now, this hasn't happened to the U.S. economy, and in 2008 we increased the balance sheet by 3 trillion. So the balance sheet went from 1 trillion to 4 trillions. That has not led to hyperinflation in the U.S. The thing is that what we're talking about here is reserves. These are funds that are held by financial institutions. They don't travel in the economy. So you and I, we've never seen reserves, right? It's just not something that would ever cross our path. And so that's one of the reasons, right? But another reason is because of the hegemonic status of the dollar, right? And so you describe the dollar as the world reserve currency. This started really after World War II. If you're familiar with Bretton Woods Agreement, the all currencies, we gave up the gold standard and all currencies became linked to the US dollar with a fixed exchange rate, and only the dollar was convertible into gold at some par value, I think $35 per ounce or something. And that started the world order where the dollar was dominant, because now all other currencies need to access dollars, right? If I want to take French francs into Deutschmark, I need to go through the dollar to do that. So it created demand for dollars in the rest of the world. That system ended in 1971. So Nixon famously stopped the conversion, right? In part because there was no way to honor that conversion. There were too many dollars denominated liabilities relative to how much gold there was. So that was suspended. So one would have thought that the dollar special status would disintegrate, would disappear. But in fact, just the opposite happened. Because now you've got a world of floating currencies. And whenever there's a panic, everybody folds back onto the dollar. And so there's a flight to the dollar. And that happened during COVID. So as the Fed was printing these massive amounts of new dollars, reserves, right? There was a flight to the dollar, and the dollar appreciated relative to other currencies. So that's really interesting, right? Again, like that shows you where power lies. Another thing to point out is just that this system cannot continue forever. I agree. At the moment, as long as there are trade partners with the US that agree to run enormous trade surpluses with the US, and think of, like, for example, China, right? China and the US, I mean, there are now trade wars, right? But China is running these huge trade surpluses with the US. What is China doing with all those dollars? It's holding on to them and investing into treasury bills, into government debt. There's not a massive exit, right? As long as that continues, the dollar's special status is pretty safe. But there could be a moment when internationally, globalization changes, countries start running trade deficits differently. Maybe there's less appetite to hold on to US dollar denominated assets on the part of, like, world elites, right? And that could lead to a reversal of the system. Things could go very fast. It could be interesting to see. What would happen then? We would have basically a massive devaluation of the dollar, and everything would become more expensive. for us. Right?
Yeah, the thing that I would say, and I know we've talked about this in the past, certainly, and we've both taught in different ways on this, but that like reserve back current, like part of the conversation that we've been having, over the course of at least the past several months, is that like part of what holds the power in place or holds the value of the reserve back of the dollar as the reserve back currency is the United States' international role as a kind of imperial center. It's like a funny imperial center now, right? Because like as we just discussed with the early parts of Murawski, like the sort of nation state part of the US is like a little funky at this point, but it's sort of military as a military arm of capital, or as a military arm of I mean, it's almost like a giant central bank with a military, right? This does kind of serve to enforce and or at least reinforce the longevity of that system. And I think also again recenters the question of like when you were saying like if countries break away and there's changes to globalization, I mean that's another way of saying if there's forms of decolonization across the world in different relations in different places, there could be a drastic change to the system that you're right. Prices would get much higher in the United States, but it might also be to court better for quite a lot of folks to not be, for example, funding empire in the same way that people don't seem to want to, let's say, fund the massive police and prison infrastructure we have in this country. And it's also related, frankly, to the, as we've talked to in previous weeks, the incapacity of our state in particular to handle any of these sort of public health crises. I was just looking at statistical analyses of the U.S. versus some other countries, and it's quite. I mean, we're not like in general. There's been a lot of bad governance across the world about COVID, except for really interesting exceptions, especially in East Asia, Cuba, and a few other places. But the U.S. is just so spectacularly bad, and this is partially just bad governance, and this is partially that we have this state capacity that, as someone like Gilmore talks about, we filled with prisons and police, and on the other hand that we have really filled with the weapons of war. And this is more stuff that Patrick will be talking about later, but I think it's really important to sort of throw it in there.
There's an interesting article by Mark Herman Schwartz on the role that international trade agreements and intellectual property plays,
yes.
Right? Because US companies are very good at negotiating agreements. They're very favorable to US companies, and particularly US companies that own intellectual property. And so a lot of the profitability ends up coming back to the US, even if the manufacturing happens elsewhere.
Yes, the smile curve.
That keeps US capital markets attractive to foreign capital because it keeps profitability high.
Yes.
And so that would be another angle to decolonizing, is like looking at the legal aspect of all this.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Cool. That was sorry, Cora, was there a second or?
Those are the two sort of, I
cool.
think y'all both, I'll both address them. I'll wait for some more to come in if you guys want to.
Yeah, I'll move on to so Raphaele, I'm doing the next little bit, right? Or do you have more slides?
No, I have a couple more things.
All right, go back to you and then I'll pick it up.
Okay, I'll put the PowerPoint back on.
Thanks. Great. And so my next point was going to be to connect all of this to Murawski's thesis number 8 about financialization and financialized globalization. He points out that neoliberals begin with the presumption that capital has a natural right to flow freely across national boundaries. And so we can also think about the role that deregulation played, reducing taxation of international cross-border financial flows, and reducing the regulatory protections to capital market, like opening up foreign capital markets, right, is an essential part of the system. That's also what keeps US dollars that are offshore from coming, allows them to come back into US capital markets. And pair that up with the changing nature of corporations. So if you go to the next slide, which is Morawski's thesis number 10. So US corporations particularly were empowered, right, by this financialized, globalized model. They now have access to even more capital to fund their operations. But something weird starts to happen, which is that the corporation mutates, it changes slightly in character. So Morawski puts the emphasis on how they can do no wrong, right? So corporations can do no wrong, or at least they're not blamed if they do. But I want to add to that something slightly different, which is, well, the focus on shareholder value maximization, right? So the purpose of corporations is to produce value for shareholders, and that may be linked to the idea that they can do no wrong, because they are the market-based mechanism for producing wealth in society, including for retirement, right? Because we all have our pensions or 401ks or whatnot invested in the market. So corporations are producing value for society at large, which is again the society of investors, right? And at the same time, corporations are hollowing out. They're being re-engineered. You have a shift from this kind of managerial form of capitalism, you know, think about corporations in the 50s and 60s that view themselves as this kind of institution that have obligations to a vast range of stakeholders. You then narrow the constituents to only shareholders, right? And that's the shift to shareholder value maximization. It's a shift in corporate governance. And the corporation just becomes not really an institution with duties to anyone, but just a bundle of contracts between stakeholders, right? So corporation is just a bunch of contracts that connect suppliers and workers and customers. And anything that isn't part of this bundle of contracts is just being outsourced, right? If it makes sense, if it's cheaper, just outsource it. And so that point is made, if you go to the next slide, the book Managed by the Market by Gerald Davis. We actually read also that in the financialization class that I'm currently teaching. What really makes that point quite well about this hollowing out of the corporation. It's just this bundle of contracts. And you can imagine where this is going to go. Who is going to be rewarded in this system? Those who manage those bundles, the CEOs, right? So the CEOs are going to emerge as very, very rich, and everybody else, we're just part of those contracts. We're just part of that bundle. We don't really create value. The goal is just to squeeze our price, make us as cheap as possible, right? Another point, which is interesting, is that as part of this hollowing out is that cash is actually leaving corporations, going back to shareholders. And so that's the increase in share buybacks if you go to the next slide, in recent decades. And you can really see here like the value. Of course, there's a dip in 2009, but because, and there's also very low investment. So corporations aren't really reinvesting. Investment is about 10% lower than it should be relative to corporate valuations and corporate profits. Instead, the money is just being pulled out, right? And it's being pulled out by way of companies repurchasing their stock. Which is also good for them, because when you reduce the number of shares outstanding, you also boost your earnings per share. So it makes it look as though companies are more profitable, even though there's been no increase in operational efficiency. It's all just financial engineering. So pulling the money out, you can also think of very large corporations as just sitting on vast pools of liquid assets, you know, a company like Apple, a company like Google,
right.
Most of this cash is sitting overseas. They're not really redeploying that internally into R&D or their workers, right? So it's part of that financialized paradigm. If you go to the next slide, I just wanted to show you another dimension of this is to think about antitrust. So I'm trying to outline like different ways of thinking about the role of corporations in all this. And antitrust is relaxed. There's an increase in corporate concentration. You can measure this a million different ways, but what I'm showing you is the HHI index, which is kind of hard to pronounce, Herfindahl-Hirschman index. It's a calculation that just shows, how concentrated markets are, and what you see is an increase in concentration in recent years, and this has only been enhanced by COVID. In 2015, the four firms alone, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, accounted for 10% of earnings. I don't have the revised number, but I know it's
higher.
Up. It's higher now, so it's being even more consolidated. And there's an issue too with like this domination of these superstar firms. They may pay a higher wage premium, but not for all of their workers, only for the small subset of well-compensated workers, and everybody else, is not really included. You can think of Amazon, right? They have a small set of well-compensated workers, and then all of their other workers, which are considered low skill, the wages are crap. So this concentration is not good for labor. And there's even evidence that it helps drive down the labor share, so that these large firms are actually like driving down the share that's going to worker as opposed to, going to capital. Another point related here, the CEO compensation, right? I was mentioning that the CEOs are the ones negotiating all these contracts. Just look at the financial reward to CEOs during the neoliberal era, starting in 1970. The ratio of CEO to worker compensation goes from something like 20 in the early 70s to something as high as 270, 300. And there are two curves here because how you measure CEO compensation, a lot of it is tied to stock options, and are they exercised or not? So there's it's complicated, but you can really see the trend. And then to the right, you can see the increase in the inequality of wage earnings, right? Because CEOs are considered employees, right? So they're still like labor, they still earn a wage.
Sorry, just 1 second. Cora, I think we're on the next. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. And so, so this really also connects to inequality, and this is going to be like my final closing points here before I pass on the baton to you, Ajay. But this ties into the increase in inequality due to the explosion of these top salaries. Piketty says that the overperformance of just the top 1% of wages explains about 3/4 of the increase in inequality since 1970. So there's a very clear extraction here on the part of top salaries. And I think it's all connected to this changing role of corporations in society. And so if you go to the next slide, the slide on inequality, you'll see how inequality is actually not a problem. Neoliberals regard inequality of economic resources and political rights. It's not an unfortunate byproduct of capitalism, but a necessary functional characteristic of their ideal market system. The rich are not parasites, but a boon to mankind. People should be encouraged to envy and emulate the rich. And just to show you some stats of what happens to inequality in neoliberalism, you can go to the next 2 slides, which will show you first, this is the wage stagnation since 1970. You can see the disconnect between the average hourly wage for workers relative to the total productivity and corporate profits, and that disconnect that really begins in the mid to early 70s. This is from the Economic Policy Institute. If wages had kept up with productivity, then an American earning 40K today should actually be making closer to 61K. So there's a big difference. The other thing to mention here is that this is an average. And so if you look at people who are on the lower end of the distribution, they're actually making less in real terms. So if you look at the purchasing power of someone with minimum wage today, they're making less than they were in the 60s.
Right. I think it's worth mentioning, like just expanding on what Raphaele just said, like if you cut out the top, let's say 10%, right? Not just the 1%, the 10%. All of a sudden that curve would start going like this.
Yes, although this curve excludes, I think it excludes CEOs.
So maybe, yeah.
The top 1%, but
Yeah.
the top 10% is probably, the wage differences are increasing. So
yes, precisely.
Yes, but this is also not adjusted for inflation.
Oh,
so if you adjust for inflation, look at your purchasing power, it actually is kind of flat. Now, if you take into account the fact that when in measures of inflations do a poor job at capturing the increase in prices of things like housing and education and healthcare, because those things can be imported, right? And so the price has actually gone up quite a bit. Everything else has stayed pretty cheap because the US is able to print dollars and import and run this massive trade deficit, right? So it's almost, if you take into account inflation, it's flat. But if you take into account the cost of housing, real estate, and healthcare, I think you'd even go down. But that calculation isn't really being made,
But it's like housing and healthcare are like some things people need. Like some of the most important things, those that are the things that have an ever increasing cost to people.
Right. So I don't have stats on that, but
but it's true, and
we can all feel it, right? I
mean, do you want? Should I pick up here?
I had a final slide on inequality, which is the end of my deck here, just to show you the labor share, right? And this was pretty. So what is the labor share? You look at total output. This is GDP. You can also think of GDP, right, as income being generated for society at large. What goes to workers? What goes to capital owners, investors, shareholders, right? What is that split? That split was relatively stable since World War II, right? At about an average of, in the 60% going to labor. And you start to see in the 70s that the labor share starts to decline. And this accelerates in 2000 even more. And we're now at about 10% lower, right? So there's increasingly less going to workers. And there's a lot why that's happening, but I think there's more to it than just decline of unions. I think it's linked to concentration, intellectual property, siphoning the profits, a smaller pool of profit going to, a larger pool of profit going to a smaller number of workers, and everybody else is part of this precarious paradigm, right? This gig, kind of, I call it the gig, but it's not just gig economy, right?
It makes it sound like precarious. It's only, the Fiverr.
The precarious employment contract, lack of benefits, anyway, so there's a large story there why that's happening. But the point is that is not disturbing to a neoliberal order. In fact, they kind of welcome it, right?
I mean, precisely. We don't like, in the same way that you can't like piece apart, you can't pull apart all these stats, like we can't pull them all apart like right on the moment, but we can talk, there's also like degrees of inequality, right? And we talk about like there was a sort of height of let's say like labor and worker wealth in the late 60s that then has declined, and that is also, by many of the logics, again, we've been talking about all day, much worse for, of course, Black workers, and especially much worse for people who have been thrown out of the system altogether. All of these sort of, and even the like golden age is like, I'm always like golden age ? Because like, yes, in some sense it's a golden age in terms of at least some kind of like relatively like close tracking of labor income with productivity growth. But from sort of both an ecological point of view and a global sort of justice point of view, there is like a real question about like what the American Golden Age means for sort of subaltern peoples around the world and within the United States. And there's also the question of like, is like, even if it was possible, which frankly, this is me putting my own stuff on it, like, I don't think it is possible to have infinite growth. So even if it was, it doesn't seem like it would necessarily be a great thing to do from an ecological point of view. The thing I wanted to pick up on from Raphaele is, unless we should pause again for, should we pause for 1 sec? Let's pause for 1 second, then I'll close out on this.
We've got, I think, a Raphaele specific
Yeah,
question.
please.
So this one says, it seems the Fed through intervention and corporations through buybacks are propping up financial markets. There is very little investment going on in the investment sector. Does that strike you as a worrying trend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because investment is what creates jobs ultimately. And so there's also an issue of job creation, job growth. Most of the investment right now is happening at the level of public firms. But because these superstar firms, these very large firms, are increasingly dominant and well positioned to take advantage of the special economic properties of intangible assets, increasingly investment is being dominated by these large firms. But overall, what that does is it hurts the overall level of investment in society, because everybody else feels like, don't want to invest, there's like no point in doing it, right? Because we're not really going to be able to make profitable investments. So it's not creating jobs really, because the large firms, as I've mentioned, they're driving down the labor share. They don't need that many employees to capture their value.
Right. There really is this like question of like, not only this, what like classically Marxists would call the reserve army of labor, but like in later theory, like surplus population choke court, like people like not wanting or needing more people.
Right. But in terms of like this trend about investment and investment being low, what's interesting there is that initially some people said, well, it's just that there's less investment in fixed assets and in physical assets, but there's more investment in intangible assets, and those aren't really well measured. So this is just a transition of our economy to something which is more intangible driven. But in fact, when you take into account R&D, you still find this trend of declining investment. So even when you take into account investment in intangible assets, it still overall is declining. But if you focus on just the small superstar firms, they're investing a lot. It's just that it's not creating jobs for anyone. So what worries me is the economy now is increasingly this dual track, which is small number of firms that dominate everything, get an increasing share of the economy, but aren't really creating wage increases for the average worker. And the rest of society, the rest of workers, the rest of firms, flat growth, right? Now we can talk with Ajay, like, well, okay.
Yeah.
But,
well, it's like you could take some from the top as well. It's like help prop up that bottom.
Yeah. So it's quite scary. What the Fed did is, we can talk about like these interventions, but they clearly provided more relief to larger companies. They didn't really do that much for small and medium-sized companies. And even when they did, it wasn't really small businesses necessarily that were able immediately to get their act together and like get some of the funding. I'm thinking of like the PPP program.
Yeah.
But I mean, ultimately, right? What if we are facing stagnation? This is it's a different problem. We're going to have to think about what that means for workers and for society at large.
Right. If we're entering into a post-growth, like, so I would argue, not the only one, many people argue this, all and from many different disciplinary and sort of ideological perspectives, that we are entering a kind of post-growth world. It really puts questions of distribution and also how investment is made really on the table, right? Because like even in a theoretical socialist society or something like this, right? Like there still is going to be choices about where resources are put, and how many resources there are, how they're going to be distributed, et cetera, et cetera. So this is still going to be a very, very important question. But the sort of idolization of growth might come to an end, because like almost every political economist until like the 1950s always assumed that things would eventually reach a sort of steady state of some kind? And so I think that really is an important question. And it also pulls back onto the table, like there's so much we sacrifice for GDP growth or for like a high productivity economy. And some of these things are painted, as Murawski does, like for example, in Thesis 9, as sort of like not even just necessary evils in neoliberal thought, but as like boons. They're good things, right? He literally says social inequality. So he says is a good thing because it will continue to drive the productivity of the system. He doesn't say it, this is not his word. He's quoting other thinkers. He says, there's this quote he has beautifully in 9, social justice is blind because it remains forever cut off from the wisdom of the market. But these kinds of economic conditions that Raphaele is laying out, like really actually pose those questions to be asked anew. It's like, oh, if all these are the conditions that we have to ask these questions. And I'm going to skip some of the things that, I was going to do more on 9 as well, but I think we've really hit it very well. And I'll actually just jump straight to 5 before we finish out, I think, on a question. So for those, again, who have the reading, and again, one of the things I really appreciate about this text is that he really does toggle back and forth between like economics and sort of economic history of science almost, like, and then like political and social thought, all in these modes. And this one is really about politics, right? He says, skepticism about the lack of control of democracy is periodically offset by recognition of the present need for a reliable font of popular legitimacy for the neoliberal market state. This is a thorny problem for neoliberals, how to maintain their pretense of freedom as non-coercion, when in practice, it seems unlikely that most people would freely choose the neoliberal version of the state. And what he's really talking about here, and there's all these different ways that neoliberalism has managed this. And there's a lot of this book is inspired, in fact, in asking the question, why did it continue? Like we had this global financial crisis in 2008, and yet this system sort of sputters on. Like why did that happen? And one of the things that sort of 5 raises for me is the question of the sort of a crisis where there is not a font of popular legitimacy for the neoliberal state. When you see massive amounts of people, and this could be struggling on the terrain of anti-racism that we talked about this morning, or not this morning, this early afternoon. It could be struggling in all kinds of ways. There's a sort of long tradition of in political science about talking about legitimation crises. People like Habermas, people like Nancy Fraser have all talked about the different versions of these. But like legitimation crises can take place in all kinds of forms. And what we actually see, I think, in the moment we're living is a massive breakdown of the legitimacy of that neoliberal market state and all of the things it draws on, from financialization, from risk shifting to increased coercion, right? There's not a lot of consensus. There's not a lot of agreement that this is the way society should be functioning. And thus all of a sudden we see, not just all of a sudden, we see a huge buildup in the coercive arm of the state. And then we see in this moment an extreme deployment of the coercive arm of the state. And I also mention this because I know that this is what Patrick and Susie are going to be talking about after our session, right? Which is the sort of, at least in part, what it means when you turn to what it means for a state and society when coercion becomes its only really mode of maintaining that sort of, it's a weak hegemony if it's a hegemony at all, right? Of maintaining that kind of order. And so I would sort of use Murawski there as like a sort of provocation in a way to think about what is happening right now with uprisings and protests as a crisis of legitimacy based on not on race and based on racialization, but also based on inequality writ large, and a sort of dysfunctional, to use like, this is a little bit of a jargony term, and I hope it makes sense to folks, but like a dysfunction in the sort of basic structures of social reproduction, that society is not taking care of people and not ensuring that people even have the resources to reproduce ourselves like safely and well. So that was what I was gonna say about thesis 5, and I think that's enough on just like state legitimacy and stuff, because I'll do a whole nother jam on that tomorrow. But Cora, I think you had one more question from the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just one more, and y'all can sort of tease it out before we take our break, before the next session. Is the created / generally timed economical crisis forcing the current massive unemployment had become the only way that the U.S. society can have a condition of a general strike?
Oh, that's interesting.
And so significant social movement. And how is this, the mechanical combination of social movement and economical crisis, the new tip of neoliberal society's crisis mark?
That's a big question.
That's a great question.
Do you want to go first? Or should
let me reread it. And get my brain thinking.
I'm going to read it out again because
that's great.
Because it'll actually help me think it through, because there's a lot of moving parts in this question. If the created, generally timed economic crisis forcing the current massive unemployment had become the only way that the U.S. society, that Americans can have a condition of a general strike. I think this is. I think there might be like maybe there is. So I think there's like a 2 parts to this question as far as I see it, and then I'll throw it to you, Raphaele, as well. But like the first one is like, is this sort of economic, like I do think that the COVID has been a shock. COVID did not create the conditions that are currently being exacerbated, but it has been an incredible shock to the system. And I think that the whoever asked this is really teasing out something very, very important, which is that it does create a kind of weird condition in which there is a lot of suffering. I mean, if you the unemployment numbers are like mind-boggling, but really when you dig into it, like food insecurity, like housing, like it is an ugly landscape, and it is ugly in the degrees and gradations along that we've been talking about all day. It does also weirdly create a condition in which people do have the sort of time in some, right, like to be doing politics, right? Again, which is not just, I mean, go vote, voting's nice, I did it the other day, but like actually like, right, being in the streets, things like this, organizing, having conversations, really sort of engaging in, right, not only the sort of withholding of labor, like in the classic sort of strike model, but in a sort of more like socially oriented or state oriented, politically oriented kind of strike actions and of uprising actions. So I do think that part 1 of that question, I think that, yeah, there's a real relationship there. And one of the perennial problems of social organizing, I was just teaching this in my Gramsci class the other night. He talks about this at length, and it's very funny, is like the limits on people's time to do politics. And that's like really hard. It's a really weird thing. It's very funny because it seems like such a minor thing, but especially when you're talking about sort of critical action from the left, very often it is by people who have to work for a living, right? It has a different sort of set of challenges. And then the second one, how is this, the mechanical combination of social movement, economic crisis, the new tip of neoliberal society's crisis mark? Again, I would personally, although I'm really curious to hear what you would say about that, Raphaele, as well. I do think that we've been hitting points of legitimation crisis for a long time now. Almost back into even before 2008, but like back into the early anti-globalization stuff. And then certainly after the financial crisis. And then there's been a series of successive, right, major social movements, whether it be Black Lives Matter, whether it be the growing organized sort of movements for socialism in the United States. And then also around the world, you have like rising peasant movements in the global South, things like this. Have been sort of really, I think, pushing and calling into question the legitimacy of neoliberal societies. And like, here is where one of those places I want to flag and be like, sort of like capitalist societies, at least as we know them, right? It could be we have markets, we have all kinds of things, but God knows what we want to have. But those kinds of questions I feel like are very present now. And so it's not so much a crisis point as it is like yet a further stage in that crisis. But that's my read. I don't know how you
I mean, you could probably connect various social movements and kind of like paradigm shifts, Brexit and Trump, and those would be like on the right, but then on the left, right? It seems like that's a response to this degradation of economic conditions for the average workers, but also for certain minority groups in that system, right? And what we now have is a kind of hypertension where any incident can like trigger.
Yeah, it's like everything,
right? And the thing explodes.
Rags. And like the task of the neoliberal state is like, how do I keep the gasoline soaked rags from going off? And kind of the task of everyone else, we'll talk about this again tomorrow, is like, well, where am I going to throw the match this time? And I think I'm really happy you brought up right-wing movements as well, because it's true that there are, of course, I'll use Gramsci's term, a variety of morbid symptoms. There are right-wing movements that you see proliferating that are also challenging this previous clearly disintegrating consensus.
Right. So there's no doubt that the consensus is disintegrating. To me, the question is, where are we headed? How long does it take for the system to die? Does it have another decade, another 20? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me.
On that note, I think we should probably end this session, unless you have any final thoughts, Raphaele, that you want to share.
No, it's been great. I love that you're doing this event. The questions were fantastic. So this was really great.
All right. Yeah. So I want to say thanks to Raphaele and thanks to Cora, and thanks to all of you for watching and asking questions. And we're going to take a 15-minute break, or maybe 15-minute break or so. And then Patrick Blanchfield and Suzanne Schneider will be back for a session on the imperial history of US policing, the wages of austerity, and the idea of defunding. So we'll see you in a moment.
Bye, everyone.
'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part. Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come on. Come on home, 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name, oh your name. When you left, you broke my heart, broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part, Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Take it, baby. make you understand. It truly would be grand. I'm gonna tell her on my baby, asking, won't you please come home? 'Cause when you gone, I'm worried all day long. Baby, won't you please come home? Baby, won't you please come home? I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. When you left, you broke my heart. That will never make us part. Every hour in the day, you will hear me say, baby, won't you please come home? I mean, baby, won't you please come home? Baby, won't you please come home? 'Cause your mama's all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. When you left, you broke my heart. That will never make us part. Landlord's getting worse. I got to move May the 1st. Baby, won't you please come home? I need money. Baby, won't you please come home? Baby, won't you please come home? 'Cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part. Every hour of the day you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Come on home, 'cause you left me all all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name, oh your name. When you left, you broke my heart, broke my heart. I pray no more, we'll ever part, we'll ever part. Every hour rather hear you can hear me say, baby, won't you please come on home. Baby, won't you please come home. Take it back.
One second, Mark. I'm just getting my audio here. What? How's that audio? Can you hear me? Hey, Mark, how are you? Can you hear me? Hold on, I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Yes, I can see you and hear you. I think Susie,
Well, how is that audio? Is that good? I've got the baffle set up here proper.
yeah, that's good.
Let me turn off some of these crazy ass lights. We don't need to be that illuminated.
Hold on 1 second.
Sure. I have a video presentation which I'd like to be able to use. I'm not sure, never actually done a screen share via Zoom before, but I think it's feasible, right?
Yeah, I think you'll have the share screen button at the bottom.
Let's see. Let's see there. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you guys?
Are you in the panel? Great.
Oh yeah. Okay. Fine. Sorry. I think the link Cora sent early this morning sent me as put me in as a attendee, but the one Ajay sent yesterday is the right one.
Okay. Well, sorry about that.
Hold on one second.
Yeah. So I guess we'll get started.
Give me 1 second here just to make sure I can test this screen share function properly.
All right, no problem.
Fucking hell. Zoom. Oh, hello. They can hear us. Hello. Come on. Is that video sharing yet, or?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Can you see the presentation is my question. Let's see. Is that working?
Yeah, we see it.
And is it? Are you seeing the full like side thing, or just the thing as it exists, like just the?
We're seeing the side thing as well.
Okay, here. Let me find out if there's a way that I can fix this. Hold on one sec. Sorry, it's a little essential. 1 second here. What the hell? All right, that should be good now. Let's see.
Yeah, looks good.
So you can see the title page and all that. Is that all good there?
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Awesome. And I'm just going to double check the Facebook link here. Do we? Okay, cool. And I'm gonna very quickly. So are we live? People can hear us live?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You started probably a little prematurely. I'm sorry, Patrick.
No, I'm running late. It's nobody's fault. Let me just really quickly boost this just so the people who are unfortunate enough to follow me on Twitter and know that this is happening. Let's see. Here we go. And there's a live link currently on the.
Yeah, the link is live.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's see here. Well, I don't actually have it. Fuck me. Could you just resend me that link in the chat? The one I have a bunch of followers who are Facebook refuseniks for good reason, but that I would love to have see this.
Sure, no problem. Cora, could you email yourself the link, and then I can get out of your email?
What link?
To the Facebook live stream.
I think maybe I have it. No. Yeah.
Can I email? Like email this link?
I've got it. Oh, we're good. We got it. I got it.
Yeah.
Here, we're good to go. So thank you, Cora. You've been amazing. I'm sorry to be so inept myself.
I'm emailing it to myself.
Right, because I'm not signed into your email on the computer.
Cool. All right, we're good to go. At least I am on this end. Happy to start whenever you all would like.
Yeah, we can get started right now. We can introduce ourselves. Patrick, you can go first since you'll be leading the discussion.
Sure. Hi, folks. I'm Patrick Blanchfield. I am an associate faculty member at the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research. I am also a journalist and essayist, a bunch of places. You may have seen my stuff. I have a book coming out from Verso about gun violence called Gunpower, the Structure of American Violence. It's coming out next April. But a lot of my work involves policing, and I'm here to talk about the history of policing, racial capitalism and austerity and the beauty of defunding. So yes, that's me, and that's why I'm here.
Great. And Susie?
Hi, everyone. I'm Susie Schneider. I'm Brooklyn Institute's Deputy Director and also one of our core faculty. I'm a historian and political theorist. I work largely on the modern Middle East and quite a bit on kind of questions of imperialism and violence right now. A little bit also on how those things get refracted into some of the kind of American gun culture that is more Patrick's beat. So I'm just very excited to be here and to kind of help facilitate the discussion today.
Great. I'm Mark, the program director at Brooklyn Institute. And again, we really welcome viewers to submit comments and questions in the feed or the comment section, which we'll do our best to answer at various points and pause to answer. So with all that said, happy to hand it over to Patrick to get started.
So yeah, hello folks. It's a joy to be here, and I'm really excited that we're doing this event. And my thought was, and I'm also just delighted that Mark and Cora are there, and Susie, whose work I admire tremendously and encourage you all to check out, is going to be here as well. What I was thinking would be the best, so there's a packet of reading, about 50 pages, from a bunch of books that I will be hype beasting aggressively, and which you should buy by smart people. But given that some of us may be just tuning in for the first time, or have sat through the other amazing things today, and which have been brilliant, and not necessarily had time to do those readings, I thought what I would do is just give like a 15-minute spiel complete with useful images and snazzy visuals and whatnot, to sort of put us all on the same page on some of the things that I'm going to be talking about. And then basically I figured we just ask like questions and answer them. And I guess like what I wanted to stress was that some of the things that like I'm going to be talking about I'm going to try and keep it as absolutely basic as possible in terms of like certain concepts. And my vision, I'm also be teaching a course on policing and for BISR, which will be out soon. But my thing is like, we're in a moment where things are moving so quickly and things are changing, or at least things seem to be changing, and certain thoughts are thinkable and certain words are sayable, and then they're all being contested. But the one thing that's really helpful is to stop and ask very basic questions. And that's something that is always a rewarding exercise, but particularly when things are moving so vertiginously fast. So with that in mind, I'm gonna toggle over to my, God damn it, sorry folks. And I'm gonna walk us through this sort of thing I've put together just to walk through certain basic themes, right? But the first thing I'm going to ask that we do before we even turn to that, here's the structure of this. I want to talk about defining the police, and I'm going to ask us to do a certain like bracketing exercise about that. Then I'm going to offer some history of policing as an institution in the US, and then focus specifically on the past 50 years or so, using New York City as an example, as a bellwether example that I think is a useful one. I'm going to ask that we like really like bracketing in that, like in like the sense that like phenomenological philosophers use it, in the sense that it's like, well, forget everything you know about this thing. And so I'm going to ask us to like put on these fake blinders and be like, we don't know what policing means. We don't know what the police are. And I understand that that's impossible. This is like one of those don't think of an elephant things. And which is, so if I were to tell you not to think of an elephant, you're going to think of an elephant. But with the case of the police specifically, it's really hard to do this. And I think that's part of the point that I'm going to be trying to get to. Because if you ask people to like, don't think of the police, like just don't bracket everything you know about the police, people start struggling with it immediately. And my experience has been that where they start struggling with like the police or questioning just the idea of police, or what we mean by police, is, well, who are you going to call when stuff goes wrong, right? And there's an interesting way in which bracketing the idea of like everything you think you know about policing, just like setting that off aside in the cloud of unknowing, kind of underscores the way in which the police are present in our minds as a sort of solution rather than a problem, right? And I think that has a history. And what we're seeing there is actually the way in which ideology sort of normalizes some stuff. But again, I'm going to try and use very basic language. All right, so hopefully we can see this little screen here. Can we? Is that working right? Like this Prezi I put together?
Yep.
Cool. All right, so the two images I just want to gloss here. On the left, we have a bunch of Iraqi National Police in Baghdad being trained by US military police in how to restrain and literally twist someone's arm. And in the other image, we have a group of US military police restraining and twisting someone's arm outside the White House not too long ago. All right, so here we go. So yeah, like here's this basic question I want to start with. Like, what are police for? Police, what are they good for? Right? I feel like we have certain reflexive answers that always pop into our minds, right? And of course, I'm speaking in the general hour. There are many, and one of the points I want to get at here is that a lot of people have very different early experiences with the police or have a different daily experience with the police that makes even this type of bracketing question sort of, you know, moot. But let's just pretend for a second, like ask the random person, like, what are the police for? Or like, what's a definition and like reflexive impulse that we have for the police? And people will generally say, well, they exist to uphold order, right? And they deal with quote unquote criminals, right? They're two sort of more difficult questions though. Like again, like feel how quickly those answers come to you, right? That's what the police are for. They're who you call. The questions that I kind of want us to tease at and that we'll move forward to are asking, well, what kind of order? What exactly does this order consist in? How do police like uphold it, right? Does that order go away when they're not there as a threat or on the street or whatever? Also, what makes someone a criminal? And what kind of crimes do police actually focus on, right? Focus on that in a minute. But all right, first, let's, so even entering this territory though, we start entering like the realm of like cops in our heads and cops in pop media and like what our mental image of a police officer is. Here are some bits of classic Americana, right? Andy Griffith, like, I don't even know if he fires a gun in Mayberry at any point. And here he is rolling around in that episode where he finds a whole bunch of dogs and they go back to the station. And here's the Norman Rockwell of a kindly police officer. Like, you know, I don't know, he's sending these kids trick-or-treating, or I think they're like, oh, I don't know. Oh yeah, they're going to him to the lost and found. That's what he's got, white gloves on, right? He looks like a doorman. He's like, yeah. So this is like the mental image of police that we have from a million different sources, right? By the same token, no, look at the present moment, right? And I will say some of these images are going to feed. I'm trying to avoid like actual like blood and guts brutality, but you're going to see images of police being, you know, what we see, right? Right. Bunch of cop cars in Kentucky with the Punisher Blue Lives Matter skull on them, and last but not least, police brutalizing kids outside a pool event in Texas not long ago, right? So there's something interesting about the gap between our like mental idea of the police or common mainstream idea of what the police are ideally, like a platonic ideal, and the actual reality of what we see if we are unfortunate enough to interact with them negatively or just turn on our TV at this point, right? And thinking about that gap is kind of interesting and how we keep on falling into it, or at least our discourse keeps falling into it. Because it's always like, well, there's always the good idea of police, right? There's always the good apples that we have. There's some sort of redemptive idea of like the perfect good institution of policing, which is closer to the Mayberry model. And no matter the fact that they start to look like the Punisher or the Terminator or whatever, they're still good. All right. I want to define some terms here. Like, where does police come from, right? Police originally, you can trace back the word from a variety of etymologies, but like they ultimately go back, they come to English via French, right, to police. And it essentially has this like idea of like surveilling and patrolling and controlling. It's related to like the discourse of ultimately Latin policy, right? Or it's related to Latin politio, which means like politics, but also to the Greek word for polis, or the city. But like you'll have these early like 16th and 17th century English texts that will refer to police, and they mean it the way policy, like interchangeable. So you have people like, what's our police on importing like rum, or rather importing like sherry from the Portuguese, right? What's the police on that, right? It just means policy. To police as a verb generally means to keep order or to regulate in that sense, right? Now, the term police as referring to people with badges and weapons who enforce order is essentially an early 19th century development, right? I want to flag here just up front that what I'm going to be talking about are police as institutions, but what I also want us to focus on is like the idea of policing, right? I've noticed some people kind of jump the gun, so to speak, particularly on the defund the police discussion. We'll talk about that in a bit, but people be like, well, you know, like you mean defund the police, but what about the private police and private security? Right? Well, I mean, people who've been thinking about this for decades are aware of the existence of private police, and there are a lot of them. There's an enormous private police sector. But right now, let's just think about police in general, because actually, as we're about to see from the history, that distinction between public institutions and private interests, between private security and public institutions, right? Like taxpayer funded police versus the Pinkertons is actually, once you start to get into the real rubber hits the road of what the police are and what they do, you start to see that distinction is kind of specious, right? Or at least the thinking that distinction is like a new thing or something that people need to sort of like confront now. Like, I'm not dismissing its urgency, but that part of what comes, our idea of police in general always has this kind of fuzziness between the public and the private to begin with, at least in the US context. All right, so here are some key ideas that I'm just gonna like pitch to us all as we go forward, right? And these are, again, like some things that I think that once we start denaturing or defamiliarizing the police are relevant for us. And this is relevant both for like what I'm gonna be talking about and what we'll be talking about for the next 2 hours, but also just in general, right? Policing as we know it is a activity and a set of institutions that actually have a comparatively recent history, right? 200 years. Police, I will also argue, I think we should all think, are political actors, and that the activity of policing is inherently political. And I mean that not just in the obvious sense that, like, if I were to walk out on the street and beat the shit out of someone for, you know, I don't know, like saying something wrong, like clearly that's a political problem, but also in the sense that police, particularly since the early 20th century, police unions and police as a voting bloc and police as people who endorse candidates are incredibly powerful and politically potent actors. They're players in the politics, which also means they have interests, right? They shape our politics. I would argue, and this goes back to those reflexive things, right? And this, I'm drawing on the work here of Alex Vitale, of Mark Nucleos, of a whole bunch of people, right? That policing is about maintaining order while also creating and perpetuating disorder. And that sounds kind of like abstract and weird, but just think about it for a second, where it's like, the police officer who arrests you points to their arresting you as the reason why they did it. That sounds, or here's another example, maybe a little bit more better one. If you read like some of the stuff about like go into the history of like tear gas, right? In the 1920s, 1930s, we used it against the bonus army, etc. The way tear gas is packaged and sold to people by a cabal of, and I think here of a lot of research on Anna Feigenbaum's book. The way it's sold is it's like, well, actually, if you have a whole bunch of people who are protesting, they're communists, or if you're in the British Empire, they're Nigerian mothers and children in the market, and they're Indian people practicing Sadagarya, like nonviolent resistance or whatever. There are all these people there in the streets. You can't just shoot them, and they're ordered, but because like obviously they're just doing nonviolent resistance. So what do? You tear gas them, and then suddenly they become a riot. They become disorder. And this is in the Stuart Schrader that we read, right? So part of the idea here is that very literally, police do create disorder, right? In the sense that like they're to stop resisting, they're hitting you when you're already down. And why are you resisting? Well, because they're hitting you, right? There's a reverse causality. But also, in a very real sense, police are about a spectacle of criminalization, right? You know you're in a bad neighborhood, so to speak, when you turn a corner and the police have lined up a whole bunch of men and are frisking them. Why do you know you're in a bad neighborhood? Well, because the police are frisking them. Right? And this sort of is a key thing to think about, like that police, I would argue, and I think are about protecting certain types of behaviors while criminalizing others. And we can obviously just like, there's so many examples from this, but they're worth stating just upfront. And believe me, I'm not saying the police should be criminalizing these other things per se, right? But like the amount, like if you compare like low-level drug arrests for a cannabis possession, right, on the street level versus, I don't know, coke use in frat houses or Wall Street restrooms, right? Yeah. Or if you consider the billions of dollars in wage theft that happens every year, police are not actively stopping and frisking people in Tom Ford suits, right? They're, again, doing this to people on another level, right? Certain types of behavior are protected. And then also you can apply to the police themselves, right? Like that, like 40% of police are reported to be domestic abusers. That's by their victims, right? So the actual number must be much higher. They don't really enforce that on one another, right? Their type of disorder is protected. I would argue that policing is about enforcing boundaries and preserving hierarchies. And then this is what we're going to get into in a second. And I'll leave this online later if you want to see it. But I think the key thing for us to think about, particularly now, but also historically to see where we're going, is that police are about imposing certain types of market logics on people, right? They're about creating markets in this broad sense, but also like making sure that certain types of markets are functioning and others are not, and about forcibly integrating people and peoples into market participation. And I mean market participation in very broad senses, but here, like here's another example. They're arresting the guy in the park for selling, you know, dime bags of weed, and also they're doing security for the cannabis dispensary across the way. Right? This is a black market, it's bad. This is a white or gray market, it's good. Right? And also about wealth extraction. Right? And that's again like the asset forfeiture, stopping people, seizing their cars, charges for fees, right? Court fees or whatever. There's a way in which what police do is they basically set up police function to ensure that certain zip codes can become zones for the extraction of wealth in the form of fees or seizures or etc. Right? And then this is the other thing. Police are also about essentially doing a kind of public pedagogy of discipline. Right? And we'll talk more about this later when we talk about, I'd like to talk about why the police are being so brutal now, but so publicly brutal, right? But there's a way in which I think what police do in our society, particularly now, is perform a kind of theatrics of domination that's naturalized as just the consequences of what people do. Well, if you didn't want, well, you should have listened when the officer told you to stop. Therefore, you deserve what you get. You should have, or when and there's a way in which the police, particularly in the neoliberal frame, and we'll talk what that means in a second, like come to become like consequence delivery mechanisms for a whole range of social things, right? Which no one deals with, but are only present in the public eye qua the police inflicting them as punishment, right? You're homeless or you're unhoused, the police are going to roust you and push you elsewhere, and that's just your fault and your problem. Right? You should have made some decisions, otherwise it would not let you be in that situation. And there's a way in which like all this identification with the Punisher, right, is actually kind of striking, because like what is the Punisher except he's the person who just delivers consequences. You're bad guys, I'm here to liquidate. Right? All right. And again, this gets at the naturalization is key. It's like, well, there always has to be a police officer. There always has to be a police. Who are we going to call? And that's the next slide here, right? So like, here's a question on like the genealogy of U.S. policing. Let's like, and if you read the Vitale, I'm just going to summarize this. Alex Vitale's book, which is amazing and which you should buy, and is also free from BISR. Good book. Offers, among many things, it sort of breaks down structurally a whole bunch of different topics about like why the way police function in different ways. Essentially, though, the history he gives pre-1898, I think, is excellent. There's good bibliography in there. But suffice it to say that we can, and I list these features here, our notion of policing is a composite thing. Or if you maybe did some like high school biology, you're like, here's a multicellular organism. How did the multicellular organism come out, right? Well, there was a Golgi apparatus floating around elsewhere, and then there was, I don't know, trichomes. I don't fucking know what these things. I'm not a good biology person, right? But then at some point, all these different little monocellular organisms all came together, and they were surrounded by a germ layer, and now you have a eukaryote. I hope the eukaryote is multicellular, right? It's important to think of policing as a composite entity in that way too, right? It comes together over history from U.S. policing from multiple little institutions responding to local problems, but that eventually that are shared by certain common concerns. And that those involve, again, creating markets and organizing market participation. And I mean this in the broadest possible sense, right? In the sense that they're doing paramilitary stuff in like, if you go back to the colonial era, if you're a male citizen, you are responsible for a whole range of activities, formal and otherwise, from ethnic cleansing to slave catching to, I don't know, like catching and confining and then killing your neighbor who's a witch, right? And you may not have a badge, but that's understood as being a detailed a job that you have, right? So there's a whole spectrum of these activities, but again, that's understood as being part of how you are literally claiming the quote unquote virgin continent and making it and civilizing it, right? So what Raphaele walks us through, and I'm just gonna like gloss it here, is that the police emerge from a sort of tri or quadripartite imperative to do things like catch slaves, to do things like do irregular warfare against indigenous people, to through groups like the Texas Rangers, right, which are much historicized, to essentially do ethnic cleansing, both before and after the Mexican-American War. And also very specifically, as he gets into in the book in a very revelatory way, not just do slave patrols to catch runaway slaves, but in southern port cities like Charleston, to actually, private police, again, who are hired by both funded by the state and by individuals, have the right to go onto private plantations and ask Black people for their papers, right? Are you essentially, because if you have this market, this port, you have a lot of skilled Black artisans who are enslaved walking around. How do you know that they're not runaways? Well, you have people stopping them to demand their papers. Again, it forces people to participate in a type of market activity. All of which, again, I want to stress here, it has to do with racial caste, right? I'm not downplaying that, because then also too, if you look after the Civil War, a lot of those same police or those same police officers just become Klansmen or sheriffs at the same time, or both, one by day, one by night, right? So they maintain basically a racial caste system and a certain process of extraction and settler colonial control. And then finally, as Vitaly gets into too, there's an importation on the East Coast from models of British policing, the London model, right? Which themselves were pioneered by the British in the settler colonial occupation of Ireland, where again there was this whole settlement and this sort of ethnic cleansing or ethnic reorganization combined with forced starvation, etc. Right. So policing in all these ways is about reproducing systems of racial caste, about claiming territory, and about liquidating people and taking their wealth and controlling them and surveilling them. And this is present in our vocabulary. When a police officer walks a beat, that phrase beat comes from the language of the technical vocabulary of slave catching. A patrol comes from the French vocabulary of wandering through wet mud, hunting people, right? Right, so let's stipulate that. Now something happens at the turn of, now of course, look, in this sense in which the US is continually expanding as an empire within the continent, this is already an imperial expansion. You can read people like Brett Grandin for really good histories of this, right? And policing and both policing and military activities are kind of interpenetrate to produce this colonial, this expansion. But at the point at which the US hits its current continental borders, something very interesting happens, which is a particular type of supercharging of empire that if you read the Julian Go article that I shared, or the excerpt from Stuart Schrader's amazing book, which you should also buy, his scholarship is phenomenal, you have a really a turn, or at least a quantum leap in terms of the technologies of policing and the strategies of policing and the thinking of policing that accounts for a newly global American empire. Right, and I want to stress here that has to do with the Philippines. The image in the top right is a Philippine constabulary, right, in the Spanish-American War, and then the U.S. Proceeded to maintain a counterinsurgency sort of campaign there for decades. But that a lot of the people who then come back to quote unquote reform and professionalize policing and create the modern discipline of modern criminology cut their teeth, so to speak, in the Philippines, or in the banana wars, so-called, of Caribbean, essentially, again, like working with like United Fruit Company and whatever to overthrow regimes, or in case, and again, so you can do this for pretty much every major American city. For example, one of the police chiefs in Philadelphia was a veteran who basically did war crimes against Haitian revolutionaries in the 1920s. He talked about hunting people like pigs. And then he came over to the US to basically enforce temperance. It's interesting, again, like peoples and criminalization. He was basically brought, it's absolutely true that in the 19th century, early 20th, a lot of police departments are very corrupt. So there's a professionalization reform movement that brings down all these counterinsurgency warriors to lock shit down. And basically they do that. They brutalize particularly Black and other minorities, but sometimes they lose their remit. So for example, the guy in Philadelphia, whose name escapes me, starts raiding like the Union League for liquor and stuff. And then they fire him. That's not acceptable, right? Okay. Now, so this idea of the US as like the world's policeman, which again is another reflexive thing. People talk about foreign policy in the US, you're like, well, we can't just let something happen. We have to do something, right? We're the world's policeman. Again, it's like there has to be a policeman, that policeman is us. There has to be the US military, and that has to be us, right? That's a pivotal moment, or a pivotal series of decades, beginning in that like early imperial moment, and that continues through the Cold War, in which a lot of the things that we now associate with modern policing, from the idea of having a police file to fingerprinting to the military titles of police, captain, sergeant, whatever, those all come from that imperial exercise, right? And so this is also why like people talk a lot about militarization, and they sort of date that as a new term, and there is some truth to that. But the truth is that military porousness and that circulation of arms and technologies and techniques and literal people is as old as the American empire itself, right? Key takeaways here, though, too, and this is like I want to stress here, is that, and it's in the Schrader reading that we read, is that a lot of what is understood as like global policing by the US, right, whether it be going to Shanghai and like crushing rebels there, or doing counterinsurgency in Honduras, etc., it's all understood as fighting for freedom, by which they mean market freedom. It's about organizing people and places to participate in a market order, which is that just coincidentally happens to favor U.S. capital and enterprises. The other thing that's key here too, and I don't want to overly footnote this, but like you'll see this a lot now when people talk about the legitimacy of protests, is that, and Schrader gets into this beautifully, there's a fungible vocabulary of subversion versus crime. Right? Criminals and communist insurgents and criminals are going to loot. They're equally going to loot. And if communist insurgents are robbing banks so that they can fund their revolution, well, then they're just criminals, right? Or at the point at which people who are desperate are rising up against an illegitimate leader, but then they start breaking things, well, now they're just criminals. So essentially, this rhetoric of crime combined with like communism allows for the police state, and that's what this is, the policing institutions to flexibly invoke and delegitimate and depoliticize resistance. And I think we're seeing that now in a new and particularly frightening way. Right. And this is all tied in with race in complicated ways, which I'm very eager to talk about too. Right. Okay. So pivot, all this stuff is supercharged through the Cold War and through this whole development of what specifically counterinsurgency repertoire policing, which again, we can talk about more. But the things that I shared otherwise, and which I know we were talking about in terms of austerity, was like what happens in places specifically in New York from the 60s onwards. Now, New York is really interesting for many reasons, because it's polyglot, it's multi-ethnic, but also because in many ways, as with policing, as with COVID, it's on the bleeding edge of new experiments in human immiseration and state control, right? Now, I don't want to get into this too much, but I recommend Kim Phillips Fine's book amazingly on this. But essentially, prior to the early 70s, New York City is, and again, we're not making excuses here for the Fordist racial compact or like all that shit, but if you were to go back into New York City in the late 60s, you would have a free college education. There were tons of community hospitals. Hell, New York City had public health research labs that were doing epidemiology research, right?
Yeah.
And that is a really key sort of, it's almost painful to see this, like consider the COVID stuff now, but like literally there was this infrastructure, and New York City was an iconic space for education and their public school programs and libraries and all this type of stuff. Now, in many ways, what this produced was a lot of social mobility and a lot of cohesion, and also a lot of leftist radicalism, right? A lot of like subversion, righteous and otherwise, right? And among other things, this produces a cry from a lot of white suburbanites, but also white conservatives for crackdowns. But also these social services are largely funded increasingly by debt as the 70s goes on. And as David Harvey indicates, at a certain point, that bill comes due under Mayor Beam. And what happens at that point is fascinating. If you read the Fear City bit, essentially austerity or cuts start being imposed by the mayoral administration on social services, but also on the police. And what do the police do when their funding is threatened? They riot. Right? If you read that bit, the Kim Phillips-Fiennes bit there, she gets into this very straightforwardly. The police start yelling, "Burn, baby, burn." They start attacking people. They start fighting other police officers, right? They de-arrest one another. Essentially, they hold the city hostage. The outcome of this, there are a lot of things that come from this. And that's the whole fear city. They actually try to basically like to drive away tourism from New York. And what ultimately happens, and Harvey narrates this, is a reconsolidation of services within the U.S. There's the complicating factor here is that New York City is the financial capital of the world, right? So essentially, a sort of pact is struck under subsequent mayoral administrations, in particular under Ed Koch, right? Where New York proceeds to do extremely aggressive, a combination of extremely aggressive counterinsurgency style policing with like horrible neglect in the outer boroughs, combined with the maintenance of a core of social services, et cetera, and just beautification within Manhattan, and particularly lower Manhattan, right? There's a whole this is essentially the neoliberal turn, right? And it also produces institutions like the Manhattan Institute, right, which some of us may be familiar as a conservative think tank, and which, among other things, is responsible for mutatis mutandis, incubating ideas like broken windows policing, right? So again, we'll talk more about all this if we want, but also the reason Donald Trump is in there is that Donald Trump is a creature of that reactionary backlash. But also, it's not just a reactionary backlash, it's liberal, as people like Kim Phillips-Stein have argued, and as David Harvey shows, this is liberal, self-identified liberals being like, don't worry, we can cut social services. We can make CUNY no longer be free. We can shut down dozens of hospitals. We can close drug rehab centers, right? But the one thing we won't compromise on, and in fact, we're willing to go even farther than our right-wing friends, is we will not let down the police, right? And there's this whole identification with the whole I Love New York shit that comes from this too, where it's like our fervent sort of patriotic identification with the collective also involves immiseration, and we can do policing too, right? Now, we can talk more about all that historically, but I will say that in some ways, there we go, yes. New York City has basically been a laboratory for this stuff going forward, right? If you look to, like, going to New York these days, right, we have, like get on Wall Street, right? There are guys in SWAT gear walking around. The NYPD's budget is like $6 billion a year. And since the war on terror, right? Again, like this is the broader neoliberal story too. As we have hollowed out and made more brittle other institutions, basically everything, the police have received more and more money. And also they've received more and more weapons, right? And this is across the board too, insofar as that our military enterprises abroad have directly and materially fueled a reconsolidation of police power at home, which, as Schrader and Go and others have shown, continually circulates outside it, such that we have people like Bernard Kerik, right, former NYPD commissioner, eventually a close friend here of George W. Bush and Rudy Giuliani. I think he's the godfather of a bunch of Rudy's kids, gets sent over to Iraq to essentially impose, under the Coalition Provisional Authority, to impose neoliberalism on Iraq before he gets sent away in disgrace, and hundreds of thousands of firearms go missing over there. And now he's on Fox News all the time and also has a stance on Antifa, right? But there's a way in which, and also if you were to go to the Manhattan Institute webpage right now, you will see a whole bunch of articles about how to properly reform the police, all of which, again, are about giving the police more money and doing yet more austerity, right? So, and then you can see too, the rhetoric, all these people too are like, and the Manhattan Institution is a great institute, like ground zero for this. They're all about Antifa or subversives. They want communism, they want to destroy capital, they're anarchy, and also maybe they're just criminals who want nothing. They're both highly political, yet also nihilistic. In either way, the answer is just cops. And Bernard Kerik is here to tell you at $1,000 plate dinner how we need to give them more money. So like, this is sort of like where I want to open us up to questions, but I do want to like sort of like say like some initial thoughts here that I'm thinking about like why the police are being so violent and what this history leads or suggests to us, right? What I think this history suggests is that part of the reason the police are on the line right now is because they're afraid that they're going to be facing austerity too again. but also their budgets are so absurd that any threat to them is seen as a house of cards. I also think that there's more austerity coming. We're going to be relying on police for what's coming next, whether it be future waves of COVID, riots outside hospitals, people rioting on food lines, or hurricane season. The state's repressive apparatus is going to be called on like never before, whether under Trump or under Biden, because Biden signaled he wants austerity too. The only people who are going to be able to pick up the pieces for that, the only people who are going to enforce that, are the police. Therefore, it's absolutely vital to the police that their authority be unquestioned now. And I think that's like the theatrics of domination that we're seeing. There's some other thoughts here too about like how I think we should be aware of reformist measures, and I'd love to talk about the Kaaba. But basically, like against that, I think defunding is a cool idea because it actually gets at that material basis. But it's not just austerity on the police, like taking away their money. It has to be, I think, combined with actual reinvestment in communities to prevent the police, because the police aren't a solution to any of this shit. Right. I think I like that I want to like to call back as I close that whole like who are you going to call feeling, which is like, well, you question the police, but who am I going to call when there's, something bad's going to happen? Well, think about it in terms of what can we do to prevent you being put in that position where you need to call the police anyway? Right. And the answer is, well, take these institutions that are eating billions of dollars every year and just using it to kill people and beat people in the streets and give it to just ordinary people to make them less miserable, make them less desperate. And I think and thinking that in conjunction with not just abolition, but a demilitarization, thinking that globally. And this is the other thing I'd love to talk about in the questions too, is that there's a way in which what we're seeing now, anti-police protests, and also police riots, these are police rioting right now. They're creating disorder, remember, also represent an American version of global anti-austerity, anti-police protests that have been going on for several years, including last year in Iraq, right? And I think that there's a way in which those are tethered to broader struggles for decolonization and resistance to types of like white supremacist empire that are promising. And so we're in a moment of a lot of possibility, but also of really frightening backlash. I'd be eager to talk about what that might look like too. All right, so that's like basically summarizing the readings and tying them all together for people who didn't, and maybe saying a little too much. There you go. That's I'm done talking. It was longer than I thought. But hey.
Thanks very much. And once again, definitely invite anyone watching to submit questions in the comment section, which we will address. One thing I sort of came to me looking at all this imagery, and like you initially shared the image of Barney Fife, who at most is armed with a revolver that he probably can't use or doesn't seem to be adept at using, and more modern day images of like extremely tricked out police, armed, in military fashion. They don't lack anything that our special forces do. It seemingly. And in terms of like thinking about causality and what is kind of inducing kind of changes in policing, how do you treat this like change in weaponry and like change like is this kind of a spear's edge, or is it or is the availability of weaponry and like the adaptation of weaponry into use at like this tacticalization of the police, is this kind of a result of something larger, or is it itself creating the conditions for like abuse and like new techniques of social control? Like how is weaponry playing its role here, and kind of how important?
I'm glad to. So I think all those dynamics are play at once, right? This is one of these things too, where it's like we're talking about feedback loops, to use Go's language, right? Sure. And also I will say there's a whole episode of episode where Barney Fife gets his fingers caught in the trigger of a gun, and he spends a whole episode with like Don Knotts trying to pull it out, and it's all sort of, I don't know if he shoots it once, right? I think we have to be able to think two things at once. I think one is that there's we have to historicize this in the sense that there's been a continual circulation of arms back and forth from battlefields to domestic markets, police and civilian, for as long as the US has been going about wars abroad and even domestically, right? So, and actually, I'm going to just like random factoids here, right? Like the NRA, founded in New York City, right? In the early 1900s, one of the things that they champion is actually a state-funded and still exists as a 501c3 enterprise by which US citizens can get the latest infantry rifles to train with, right? Because of, this is understood to be a salutary activity for young men. It's also the case too, that a lot of the police markets for weapons sort of like, they're continuing, like the AR-15, for example, right, was initially marketed to police as well, right? Cedric J gets into this in his book, right? There's a way in which like there's a definite like, as with like the idea of militarization, like there's the Fourth Amendment notwithstanding, there is a way in which the police are always as paramount. We don't have a national gendarmerie or some other structure, but we do have heavily militarized police. We always have one way or another. Mm-hmm. That said, there definitely have been, and also Stuart Schrader talks about, but yeah, there have been different ways in which like the development of new technologies has produced even more aggressive police tactical mechanisms of control. Schrader gets into this amazingly in his chapter on tear gas, where essentially tear gas is through a sort of bootstrapping process is in the 60s, it's been around for a while, but for 5 decades prior, but in the 60s is being used on battlefields in Vietnam. And it's being justified for its use there as a war crime, because it's just a tear gas. It's also used by police departments at home, and the police departments at home are justifying it because, well, it's being used with limited effect by South Vietnamese police who we're giving it to. So there's a mutually reinforcing synergy here. Now, one thing though that is striking, and this is something I get from a lot of conversations with vets and with people who study these things and live it, is that American police do not have, how shall we say this, delicacy vis-a-vis rules of engagement. Right, a lot of this, like I'm not making apologies for U.S. empire here, but just like there's a way in which like a lot of the things I've heard of, if you get a lot of veterans will be very frank about what they feel like police like Yahoo it up, right? Like there are a lot of things the U.S. police do regularly, and this happens like like shooting people for failing to stop or shit. Like you can get court-martialed for doing that outside a battlefield, right? Troops don't have qualified immunity, police do. Yeah. And this gets into something that's very interesting. And again, I always want to be comparative about this, but like, I think of the work of like Paul Amar and some other people who have studied, there are a whole bunch of situations. Brazil is one, parts of India also count like this, where if you have societies where there's a crisis of police legitimacy, but also state capacity, on the one hand, the police increasingly militarize and carry out, both in terms of technology and in terms of tactics and in terms of function. They get more and more sort of gung-ho, to borrow a phrase from this like, a really haunted and fucked up phrase from this era. But also the military start doing quote unquote, they're humanitarianized by contrast. So the police, so the police start doing things like just, I don't know, like executing climate refugees in New Orleans, right after Katrina. Whereas the military is like building refugee camps. Right. And it's I think a cynical and probably correct way to view it is to see it as a kind of shell game by which this broader necropolitical empire is proceeding. But yeah, the fact that the police have all these weapons seems to, they seem to, the research all indicates that giving police even non-lethal technologies means that they use those non-lethal tech instead of de-escalating. Right. By which I'm just to specifically gloss that. People like, you give a cop a can of mace, they don't reach for the mace instead of their gun when they would otherwise be reaching for their gun. They reach for the mace when they would otherwise be telling you to go the fuck away. It just gives them new tools to brutalize. That's basically, I think that's a lot of research supports that. Sorry.
Patrick, thank you so much for this. This is like a whirlwind. I want to just hop in with a few kind of comments and also some kind of follow-up questions for you.
Sure.
Right, the first is that as much as, this is kind of building on a long imperial and kind of clearly racial motivated series of practices, it seems to me that there is something also new here over the last, say, 2 decades or so, in terms of the way that police are increasingly valorized. Yeah. And that was not always the case. I mean, if you look at this image that we have up on our screen right now, there is something almost like of a doofus quality in a lot of kind of American presentations and pop culture presentations of police. I mean, right, I grew up in a very like rural and very white area, a very Republican area, and like police were not looked at particularly charitably by many people there. And there seems to be, you know, some sort of shift that, and I mean, I don't know if it is a pure kind of like post 9/11 sort of thing, but it seems that this kind of valorization of the police has accelerated in the 21st century, almost as a substitution for like a valorization of the soldier, or maybe kind of in parallel to that process.
Yes.
And that really has a bunch of interesting kind of like social effects, even in these kind of like really reactionary quarters that you kind of mentioned before. Right, you talked about kind of the NRA and their kind of you know, use of all of this like tactical weaponry. But something that's like really fascinating that kind of I've written about a bit is that, you know, it seems to me that like a lot of the American gun advocates have really like switched sides, whereas over the last say 20 or 30 years, that there is this, you know, kind of like a libertarian, like there's this like a liberal view that you have like the libertarians off in their bunkers stockpiling weapons to protect against government tyranny. But really what you see kind of in much more like contemporary NRA discourse is that the police are the forces of law and order. That is, the state actually has to exercise this particular mode of violence, and that American gun owners are there to back them up. They are there as kind of part of the like the civilian enforcement of this kind of, you know, state law and order. So I was wondering if you can kind of like, you know, talk about this kind of the valorization of the police and kind of how that discourse maybe is, you know, related not just to kind of the recent turns and misadventures of American empire, but then how it kind of ends up kind of manifesting itself kind of back home.
Yeah, those are excellent questions. I think your work on this has been phenomenal. So to deal with those questions backwards, right? Like starting from the question, like how do police and the NRA relate, right? Like, and how does policing stuff interface with like American gun culture, and like how can we have these quote unquote like almost schizoid positions whereby like, you know, the same people who like one year are saying that the government are the like you know, the black helicopters are going to come take their guns, but also God bless them for shooting Antifa, right? There's a Good Onion article about this, right, where it's like we respect the police, we respect the soldiers so much, and that's why we're going to kill them when they come for our guns. Like, well, I mean, I think you can read these as kind of morbid symptoms that expose certain basic contradictions that have always been there, right? And I think the racial dimension here is really key. So two things. I'll plug the work of Jenny Carlson's new book, which is going to be out this fall, Policing the Second Amendment, which is based on like hundreds of interviews with police and police chiefs about how they view civilian concealed carriers. I think is going to be very illuminating about this. I won't spoil what she has to find out, what she has to say, but it's striking, right? I will also say, like in my own work, I've developed a sort of notion of what I call like fungible legitimacy, right? Which has to do, which speaks to, I think, that way in which what we're witnessing is a kind of rearticulation of that originary American kind of like flexibility vis-a-vis legitimacy, insofar as that you're legitimate, insofar as that you're vindicating a particular type of racial and capitalist order. Right. And I think racialization gets there in a really complicated way. I draw on the work. Actually, I'd really recommend Nikhil Pal Singh's book, Race in America's Long War, which is amazing about this. But like, there's a way in which like a lot of how we view American like the peacekeeping model of American military intervention has coincided with a rebirth or like a birth of the American operator, right? As like this endless warrior who is himself, and it's always a him, a kind of reincarnation of the frontiersman, ethnic cleanser / provider for a family. Like SEAL Team 6 literally carries custom-made hatchets, right? Like it's like on the fucking like James Fenimore Cooper shit, right? So there's a kind of I'm not co-signing atavism as like an eminent as an imminent feature of the human mind, but in terms of the breakdown of this empire, it certainly appears to be there. I will say though, on the Blue Lives Matter front, and this is a very interesting thing too, right? And I argue this at length in my book, like Blue Lives Matter is two things at once, both of which are really striking. Like on the one hand, it's a really key example of like a of what you could call neoliberal identitarianism, right? You are your profession, right? And also, hell, it's a brand that you can buy. Like some guy came up with it, right? Like something like Ohio, like jacuzzi dealer or whatever. There was a good article profiling. This is someone's branding exercise, right? And they draw on the Punisher and all this stuff and remixes all these materials. But also, it's a reactionary appropriation of leftist modes of solidarity and universality through Black Lives Matter. And at the same time, and this is the thing that's really sort of crazy about it, really sort of like, there's a madness to it that's very, very old. It tropes on the thin red line of Kipling, of like that British imperial model, right? And the core structure of it, that idea that there's a thin line of people who stand between civilization and the inevitably racialized, inevitably disordered hordes that threaten it, is how we've now understood, and not just understood, but legally protected in terms of hate crimes, in terms of like hate crime protections, etc. An entire class of workers, of violence workers, but that expands more and more now, such that, and this gets at the gun question too, right? Like after Leosa passed in 2005, first responders, also retired cops, can literally carry guns anywhere in the country thanks to like universal reciprocity rights, right? Yeah. So there's something both very old and very new. And the one other thing I'll plug here, just maybe useful for you specifically, is Paul Amar has some stuff in his work on like gendered policing, on how in places like under Bolsonaro's Brazil and elsewhere, there are these movements of quasi both grassroots and top down or ersatz identification with like warrior cops as representing the only hope for what remains of legitimacy in moments of high inequality and disruption. And I think that's going on here too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you certainly see that even, I feel like in just like the sheer amount of like gun advertising that currently happens, that like basically is like, hello person, you can like use this military or police grade weapon in your own backyard. Like that is, it's not like the subtext, that is just like the text of many of these, where you can just essentially play soldier, like defending your own little castle. Kind of gestures at that kind of blur. But speaking of, Brazil and kind of, thinking more broadly about kind of other areas of the global South, one thing that we've seen accelerate over recent years is a kind of privatization of police forces and kind of the private security companies, private military companies, kind of this general privatization of violence, which I'm writing about kind of presently. You have many, places where the private security officers kind of broadly defined outnumber the police by 5 to 1, 7 to 1. I think in Brazil it's like 5 to 1. In India it's like 7 to 1. Not surprisingly, these are often places that are kind of the kind of very unequal distributions of wealth, and the kind of rise of these types of private security forces and kind of private wielders of violence more or less seems to kind of track this kind of quite unequal wealth distribution. So when we're thinking
Oh no, Susie. Oh, you're muted, Susie. I can't hear you.
I think she froze, unfortunately.
Oh no, I think. Oh.
Let me try and message her.
Well, I'll just keep up a flow of verbiage while you do.
Yeah.
This remain here. Like, I've been thinking a lot about Brazil and South Africa too in this way, right? Like, one thing that's unique about the American, obviously we're having an explosive growth of private policing here in the U.S., right? And something I also deal with in my book too, where it's like, and again, there's always these weird interfaces with state security apparatus, both in terms of revolving doors, but also like you go to a place like Detroit, you're in downtown Detroit, police, like public police are being coordinated on their beats by a private surveillance company, which is black box. That's advantageous for a lot of America, for police departments, because then they can be like, oh no, we're not doing racial profiling, we're just following the algorithm. It's black box, right? And of course the Pinkertons are still around and probably watching this because they are enormous. They're also multinational. But the thing of it is like, and this is something I keep coming back to, it's like in the American context, the distinction between public and private is both constitutionally inscribed and it's predicated on a particularly brutal, individualized capacity to enforce racial caste. Right, that's like the thing that, like the idea of like a posse, the idea of the lynch mob, the idea of like, there's a way in which we have these formations where private individuals get to vindicate their claim, both their individual property rights, but also a notion of the public sphere that is itself predicated on all types of violence, and that's constitutional and constitutive here. Whereas in other places, whether it be Australia or even South Africa, or contemporary Israel, the way in which the individual right to bear arms, or if there is one, is integrated into that process is constructed a little bit differently. And so there's a kind of individualist voluntarism to the U.S. model that is singular, and which, by the way, we're exporting. Right, this is why, like, it's a non-trivial fact that, like, one of Jair Bolsonaro's several failed sons, I forget which one, it has talked about how what Brazil needs is a Second Amendment. Right? People have been talking, there's all this fixation among liberals between like the NRA and Russia, which, fine, but there's a lot of actual contact between the NRA and the Brazilian government, and via Trump and otherwise, right? And again, they want to inscribe in addition to the private policing infrastructure we've seen blossom in places like Rio and the death squads and favelas, there's a move for an individually constitutionally protected right to bear arms to, again, vindicate that broader racial structure.
That makes a lot of sense. We had one sort of question in comments that kind of wanted to run back to your discussion of how police regulate market behavior.
Yeah.
And kind of just, she's asking, this person's asking, it's hard to understand how police enforce market participation, given that policing and the punishment bureaucracy remove people from the labor market by incarcerating them.
Yeah.
And thereby making it difficult or impossible for them to participate in the labor market by marking them with a criminal record. So, rendering them kind of in some ways unemployable even after incarceration.
Yes.
So I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing that I kind of want to, like, this is again one of these things where it's like, we have to have there are two things there. One of which is like a certain notion of freedom, such that, like, we think that not being able to have a job, like depriving someone of their liberty, right, qua like incarcerating them, is removing them from the market.
Sure.
Right. Or that giving them a criminal record removes them from a market. And in fact, as I would argue, this is why I think, like, again, there's a way in which thinking about, like, the ways in which, like, both antebellum and Reconstruction police/slave catchers were enforcing a type of market structure, right? When you are arrested, you are not removed from the market. You just go work. You are working in prison. You become a site of wealth extraction and monetization for a whole host of industries, right? I think of Jackie Wang's book, Racial Capitalism, is very much on this, right? Like, the state is spending money on you. You are being put to work, whether it's private prison or otherwise, right? And I would also point out too that, like, a lot of this market enforcement, like, and again, like, understanding here, this is, I'm not talking about a market that's based on efficiency. There's a way in which the racial capitalism thing is all about enormous amounts of waste. And to the extent to which that question gets at that, like, believe me, like, the human life is, I don't think a human life can put a financial value on it, right? So there's a wreckage and a loss that is not capturable by the market thing. I understand that. But to the extent to which, like, people can profit off of incarceration, people can profit off of, police departments get money and budget allocations by arrest records. All those usually.
But also, like, I'm back. Sorry.
No, I'll just say like one other thing too, to finish that question off, like apart from just, again, like if you look at like the way Ferguson asset forfeitures, right, if you read that stuff for decades, right, like what police were doing was essentially farming entire zip codes for hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend on their own toys and stuff, right? But also like the pretext that they used to stop people, right? I mean, Eric Garner, like supposedly like selling a loose cigarette, they're gonna kill him for that. Right, George Floyd, allegedly passing a bad $20 bill because he's unemployed, right? Like, there's a certain point which I think we could have to have a vision of the market that both involves like libidinal and like economies of malice in addition to just like purchasing power. But yeah, I think this is like necro-capitalism here. There's no way out of that market.
I mean, oh, sorry, Susie.
I was just gonna say, I'm sorry, I got like kicked off, like we have like really unreliable and really shitty internet, which makes some of the stuff a challenge. But Patrick, I guess I wanted to just kind of throw one more kind of question out about this before we can open up to some other kind of questions as well, which is that, how can we kind of then, knowing all that we do about the history of this institution, about the real like practices, the way it kind of criminalizes certain types of behavior, the kind of how it's intertwined here with the market in a particularly coercive way. And I really do appreciate you kind of pointing out that as the kind of as neoliberalism further entrenches itself, actually the state as the kind of mechanism for, or the police is a mechanism for enforcing a certain type of market also seemingly becomes more and more coercive in more expansive ways. But still one of the things that people know this, and they and we still kind of end up with these like moralizing frames often. Yeah. Like, well, my cousin's a police officer and he's a nice guy. Yeah. Or like, I had this problem once and this police officer was so great and da 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 da, right? That and I was just wondering if you could kind of speak to how we can kind of break out of that moralizing frame in order to to talk about things on a larger and more structural level.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and thank you for it. Like, and that's also something too, where it's like, I think about like Amir and Kava's work on this, or like Angela Davis. Like, there are a lot of people who say these things that are very, like, it's really astute, where it's like, this is also why simply demanding that a police officer serve time or be quote unquote punished for what they've done is insufficient, and in time sometimes actually becomes a kind of a false satisfaction, right? I'm not saying that it's not warranted, but in the sense that it's like, well, nothing is going to bring the person they killed back, and simply holding someone accountable for within a system that is broken does not do anything to transform that system, right? So when it comes to like other ways to think about this is also why I feel like any defunding project has to be combined with mechanisms of uplift, right? And I mean that in general, like in the sense to which, like, clearly people are going to act out because they're desperate and miserable, right? That's why people act out. And if we remove the agents of state criminalization from the equation, like, people are still going to act out. So I think give people money. So like give people, like, there's a way in which like, look, I'll be granular about this stuff, like deinstitutionalization combined with a lack of universal healthcare has made police the point people for dealing with everyone who's mentally ill and on the streets, right? And their response is trying just to liquidate them, because again, these people are supposedly not rational, right? Talk about, like, there's a whole deep structure here about market rationality and individual rationality and how you act with authorities, and like, you're behaving irrationally because someone with a gun and a flashlight is yelling at you to get on the ground and you're flipping out. Like, fuck, who wouldn't flip out? But that's why they kill you, right? So there's a way in which like market reason and like individual reason are all conflated here. But like what I do feel like needs to be happen is like, well, look, like, people need to have work, people need to have a living wage, people need to have work that's fulfilling, and I think that should be universal. And so yeah, like at the point at which that means defunded police departments, they should have jobs doing other things. Yes, absolutely they should, because everyone should have a job and healthcare and be put to meaningful, dignified work, right? There's another element here too that I kind of want to put a pin in, and this is like something I really like. It's scary shit, and this is the stuff that keeps me up at night. But like, if we're serious about defunding, and I truly hope we are, and what that means is putting police out of work, In addition, or again, this is why I also like, I don't want to focus on just police. I want to talk about policing as an institution, right? That needs, our whole investment, libidinal and financial, and policing needs to be demolished, right? But at the point at which people with access to weapons and their own cultures of accountabilities, abundant grievance, and military training are suddenly deprived of gainful employment, we can look elsewhere in the history of American empire or beyond, right? We can look to things like, I don't know, like the disintegration of the Balkans and the creation of death squads there. That's a recipe for some really bad shit, right? Yeah. So if we're going to be thinking about defunding as a program, that needs to be probably influenced by like how we think about things like de-Baathification, right? Or post-conflict disarmament. This is also why, like, I think like, I much like when I talk about gun control, I almost want to talk more about like conflict disarmament rather than gun control, right? Because it's like there's a different type of structure here. But yeah, like if at the point at which like the police are being removed from doing the work of policing, well, then they need to be caught up in a broader holistic ethos of uplift as well. Because otherwise, we're going to have them just liquidating people even more than they already are. Because
I mean, I think to lose. I just think it's like one quick aside that's like all the more true, given that like being a police officer is like kind of still like one of these like only like decent paying jobs, like a pension and healthcare and like time off that you can get with like you don't have to have a college education. You have like don't have very minimal training, right? That like it's like pretty like one of those kind of like in lieu of say like the old like mystical like manufacturing jobs of old. Like being a police officer is still this kind of like attainable thing that seems to provide some sort of stability to you know, an entire class that is increasingly deprived of it.
Yeah, and to tie this in with the conversation that was happening earlier today, right? Like the abolition stuff that's going to happen tomorrow. This is like why you have resistance in prison towns at the very idea of abolition, right? Because it's like, well, our entire town is based upon serving this penitentiary one way or another. Yeah. Right. So and you know, the question of like, we could litigate it as an abstract level in terms of like Marxist theory, like our police unions, where do police stand vis-a-vis workers, et cetera. But like my impulse is always to just be like, when things are universal, they should be universal, right? So I feel like everyone deserves a job. Like police, like there should not be a class of people, like an equal corollary to the fact that there should not be a class of people who have the right to liquidate other people at will and with legal impunity means that everyone should also have a claim to work with dignity and a right to life, right? Those two things are compatible as demands for a juster society. How I don't even know how many people are in our.
I've got, Mark, do we have some audience questions that you want to hop in with?
We had the one about policing and market behaviors, but I kind of wanted to ask a question, sort of. Well, let me see. Sorry, I'm having a.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Also, we need to smash Paw Patrol. That's the other thing. For whatever reason, I have a whole. You're not seeing this. I have a whole screen of Chase from fucking Paw Patrol. I was trying to get photos of cops for other things, and no matter where you turn, you get Paw Patrol. And Paw Patrol, yes, they're all dogs go to heaven except for the dog.
Yeah, I guess kind of a question about the relationship of these municipalities with their police. And one of the interesting things, or maybe seemed to be apparent during the period of police rioting, yes, is there, I mean, I know they're a force into themselves, yeah, and that's obvious in many ways, but they sort of seem really beyond municipal control, and those seemed obvious, maybe, I mean, I can't read de Blasio's mind, but de Blasio seemed very much enfeebled or just had no power over the police forces. To what extent, what is that relationship? Because sort of between sort of politicos and city municipal bureaucracies and the police, because sort of we've talked about police in these broad terms, sort of being operationalized or given a scope that is, you know, almost global in an economic and kind of neoliberal context. And how does that relate to municipalities, and how are they seeing themselves vis-a-vis the police? and whether they see police as allies and or as like great budgets, competitive for budget funds, or just like, are they just strictly like afraid of the police? Like they simply force onto themselves that they can't begin to rein in.
Yeah, I wonder about this too, right? And this seems like actually Dan Denver had a really great interview on The Dig with Kim Phillips Fine, whose book Fear City we talked about earlier, sort of dealing with an aspect of this insofar. Well, here I'll answer this question specifically and then pivot back to that, right? Like, I think that that answer depends a lot on the specifics of the municipality in question, right? And on the specific, like the situation in New York is not the same as in the situation in my tiny, like 10,000 person town of Pennsylvania, right? And the idea of, and civilian control, such as it is integrated differently in different places, right? But I think as a rule, it's fair to say that the budget, that police are like one of those spots that keep on, they both generate revenue, but also there's sort of federal grants, and crucially, they're a source of employment for like, and Kim Phillips Fine's work on this is very interesting insofar as that she goes back like in the 60s and 70s. This is part of what like people like Ford hated about New York. New York City was the biggest employer of New Yorkers, right, in the city, right? Like and part of how a lot of these mayors, bless their hearts, saw their job as literally giving New Yorkers jobs, right? That's how they understood success. And I think that's I think that type of state-centered model makes a lot of sense, right? In and of itself. And there's a way in which, like in a vestigial way, police simply function as that. So police as like agents of the state who are paid by the state become like hyper citizens or the only real citizens. And I think that's a problem. And there is also this way in which it does feel, and I've heard some rumors about this, and there's some stuff there where you kind of get the sense sometimes that like these mayors who rely on police for their protective details are literally afraid of their lives. I mean, like the NYPD fucking like doxed de Blasio's daughter, and then he's still talking about how like they're restrained and good, even though they're trying to kill people with their cars. Like, it's madness. And I think that gets this sort of like, and this is to circle back to Kim Phillips Fine, gets at the limitations of imagination. Like a lot of these, it's not just that they're individually hostage, a lot of these municipal administrations, or even like, right, to police qua the people with guns who are always around them. But conceptually, they cannot imagine doing policy outside of a framework in which police are there to enforce it.
And I think, Patrick, we've seen in places like, New York City and places like Chicago and LA, which ostensibly are run by these kind of progressive mayors, like there's no progressive way to do state violence. It's just, it just kind of dissolves into what it is. And that I think that kind of like highlights like just how bankrupt this kind of, the notion of kind of, continual calls for reform or better training, et cetera, really are.
They're like, who are they going to call when the people are being loud? Like, who is the mayor going to call when people are being loud outside Gracie Mansion now? Like, well, there's a kind of exhaustion there that I think that there's a sense that, and this gets to the Kim Phillips Fine point too, and that Dan Denver very astutely brought up with her, where it's like, there's a fundamental asymmetry between people's correct sense that things are verkakta and fucked, and their ability to hold anyone responsible for it. But even the people who are elected are like, well, I mean, this Kim Phillips Fine's this interview brings up like that bit in The Grapes of Wrath where one of the Jodes comes out with a shotgun being like, okay, so the bank's taking over, who do I have to shoot? Right? And the answer is, well, you can't. The bank is a bank. The bank is an institution, right? One of the amazing conceptual tricks of neoliberalism in the way in which it's like the devil by convincing people it doesn't exist is that there is no one to blame for anything. They're just administrators of economic reality, and there is no other reality. Much in the same way as there is no one else you can call, right? So it's like, well, they what would we do without the police? Like, who would be the police? And again, like the problem is that like that's where the ideal comes into such cognitive dissonance with the reality, because it's like, well, who are you going to call when there's someone like, yes, who are you going to call to show up and shoot the schizophrenic man in the park? And like, if my answer is we shouldn't be doing that, like, yeah, but who do I call then? Like, but the whole thing is one of this is like a cognitive trap. We've been pushed into positions of such brittleness and hollowness and intellectual exhaustion that the only thing people have is kind of like a reactive desire to do triage. We're thinking the entire society based upon extremist breakdowns in which the only answers that are already smuggled in are state violence workers who just create more problems. And I don't know what the answer is. I mean, I feel like there is a certain move in a lot of liberal politics to defund local municipalities, but I will say it's been combined with some really sketchy shit vis-a-vis this very weasel wordy language about, well, local government should not have this power, or municipal police should not have this power. Fucking Pete Buttigieg has been saying this. And let me just tell you, Pete Buttigieg is a big believer in counterinsurgency policing and in getting money for like SWAT teams and MRAPs, but he doesn't do it for South, and for South Bend in particular. But where he really likes it, and where a lot of these fuckers really like it, sorry, I'm going blue here, is they like intercity task forces. Right, so it's never like, yes, municipal police should not have, weapons of war, but the Tri-County Sheriff's Department strike team for guns and drugs should have 6 Predator drones, and that's different. So yeah, like again, this is a type of like, it's a shell game where they're just moving some words around without doing shit.
But I think that this kind of collapse of imagination that you kind of gestured at, where we can't even think outside the kind of the boundaries of this debate as we kind of encounter it, in most places. This is part of kind of a broader part of kind of like the neoliberal phenomenon of this kind of collapse of political imagination. It manifests itself kind of all over the place. And I wonder if you could kind of speak to the role of kind of like radical speech or radical politics kind of within that kind of particular frame. And that something like, I mean, or even just like that, I think that, I guess for years it has seemed to me that people certainly like kind of like more like centrist Dems kind of would think that people exist on this line, like this spectrum, like that most human beings would situate themselves somewhere on this kind of political spectrum, like, oh, I'm right, or I'm left, or I'm in the middle, and that like the winning strategy has always been to kind of keep moving further and further to the right, as in an attempt to kind of try to like be appealing to as many people as possible. Now, of course, most people don't actually think about their politics in that kind of like spectrum fashion that like journalists and political scientists kind of talk about. But what has happened is precisely that like the goalposts seem to have kind of narrowed.
Yes.
And in this like really kind of incredibly kind of destructive and kind of counterproductive way. So I wonder if you could speak about like, what do you think we're witnessing right now? Is this kind of a moment where we see kind of, the possibility of kind of pushing those goalposts outward a little bit? Or just kind of like, how would you situate this kind of current moment vis-a-vis this kind of very long history of reform, et cetera?
I think, that's a great point. I'll preface my caveat here is that I get up in the morning just by trying to find things that are interesting, and I won't do like, I'll say what's interesting. I appreciate your framing in terms of what's interesting. So what I'm saying now is like, what's interesting, I'm not going to be advocating for anything. It's not directed towards you, but to anyone who's in the Pinkertons who's watching, please don't murder me. It's interesting how I think there's been a turn to mutual aid, which hopefully has been sustained. Like the idea that like the police can be the what passes for social services, for which we really just mean police, can be handled by neighbors, seems helpful, right? Though again, there's also a certain problem there insofar as that, and Kim Phillips-Fein gets into this in her book, a lot of the resistance to austerity under Beam and other mayors was localized, right? So it's like, well, our fire department or our park. It's never the intersectional sort of like cross-locational connections are always hard to make. But I'm interested to see what happens in like the Chaz or the Chad or whatever they're calling it. Like I'm curious to see where that goes. If history is any prologue, like one of the things that the police are very good at doing is literally burning down any type of social alternative arrangements, whether it's MOVE or peripheral like communities of indigenous people and escaped slaves on the frontier, right? That's again, that's talking about fungible legitimacy. That's where the cash value of having something like a Second Amendment is that both troops and individual white men can get up and burn people down when they do something different. I feel like there's probably sites of resistance that are emerging in indigenous communities as well, right? I think there's probably some like conceptual and political resources that are being brought up from like positions of sovereignty that are very different and interesting, right? Or like reclamations of sovereignty that like both reject the ways in which it's very like Eurocentric and has all this fraught history, but also like it practically means something. And so there's some stuff that, I'm not an expert in this, but there's some interesting anti-violence, or like, not cure violence per se, that's another thing, but like violence preempting things that are happening in indigenous communities that are very interesting, like police don't carry guns, right? I mean, this is again one of these things where it's like, I'd love to hear people talk about this more, but like, why aren't we just disarming the police, right? At the point at which like people are running from the cops because they're afraid the cops are going to shoot them, and then the cops respond to their running by shooting them. Why the fuck did the cops have guns in the first place? That should be a part of this conversation, right? But like what I think else is also happening, and this is very interesting, and this is why I like to think, and I know people hate like the whole like, oh, bodies in spaces, it's like a bad trope, and I understand there's a lot of stupid shit that gets said with those terms, but when we're thinking about like literal bulk mechanisms for controlling gassing and perforating masses of people with bullets and chemical weapons, or confining them in little cages, like thinking about the techniques of bodies in space matter, I think it's interesting that that after a period, or in an ongoing period in which there has been a literal gun to the head, or figurative gun to the head of millions of Americans to like get back out and consume, go back to work, get out into public space. People have been resisting that, or been forced to do it, or otherwise. But what really got them going back into public space was violence with impunity by state workers. There's something remarkable there to me about the cold-blooded execution of the extrajudicial killing of yet another extrajudicial killing of a Black man on the street. That's what makes people come out, right? And there's a solid. There's endless cynicism in how that's been delegitimized, right? But there's something inspirational in the fact that that's what actually does get people out. And I think it's very interesting too that a lot of the responses have been, oh no, we don't mean it out like that. Don't go out like that. Not that type of solidarity. We want you to do atomized individual consumption. Like go to Target, don't burn Target down. Yeah, and it's like a discourse of looting. There's a kind of weird thing being like, well, you told them to go out. You didn't give them any money. You told them to consume like objects. Well, fuck, they're going to go to Target and burn it down and take shit. And like, I have a hard time blaming them. They don't have money. They're desperate. It's right there. And also like the Target is calling cops on people. Like if you're in the parking lot, they'll call the cops to show up and shoot you.
Yeah.
Right. So there's something very interesting about rejection of compulsion combined with solidarity of resistance that I think is very interesting and cool. I don't know where it goes after this. It's interesting though. That's enough to get up in the morning.
I was going to just mention that, you mentioned kind of even that this sort of thing may also kind of offer an impetus to kind of rethink some of our assumptions about sovereignty, kind of what sovereignty is supposed to do, what the state's purpose is, and particularly, right, the kind of like Western view of sovereignty that we have that kind of grows out of a liberal tradition is of course, sees the state as this vehicle for the kind of protection and preservation of private property, and has this kind of inequality kind of like hardwired almost into it and what the function of the state is. And it's like in my work right now, kind of thinking about Middle East, and it's fascinating how this kind of equation of sovereignty with kind of security, or that the state is supposed to provide security, and really like security for private property, if we're kind of going to dig a little bit, how that view kind of, it leads to this kind of like mass criminalization and at home, but it also really it undergirds and ultimately undermines every attempt at like nation building that America does, because its view, since for decades now has been that the kind of way the way to support states that we deem as kind of crucial to American interest in one way or another is to make them more legitimate. And the way that we make them more legitimate is by making their armed forces and their police forces like more deadly and more coercive and more effective. And then we're like shocked when we still have things like, like police riots and or anti-police riots in Iraq, and that this doesn't work. And I guess that it seems to me that like within the limits that we're seeing here kind of domestically, about this mode of policing as as enforcing a particular vision of sovereignty.
Yeah.
Possibly by kind of rethinking this domestically, we can also start to think about this on the broader kind of like imperial stage as well, or even vice versa, because often, right, the kind of the periphery leads the way and not the other way around.
I'm looking up here, what I'm clicking on here is I'm trying to find a bit in Stewart's book where he articulates this beautifully in terms of securitization and modernization theory, right? As these two frames that are like both generative of American policy, right? We're like the justifying force that also undoes it, right? And I think here of Nikhil's work or like Aziz Rana's stuff where it's like the very frames of legitimation that the US has. Like, again, like there's something fucked up about this. Like there's no more, because there isn't a dialectical other qua the communist like alternative, right? As a superpower thing, all we can have is a simultaneous rules-based international order, which the US is continually violating, yet insisting on at the same time, right? Which is also what the police are doing in the street too, right? Like there's some way in which like what the police stage every single time they do dramatically is like, no, like in the George Floyd thing, I think may have been, I don't want to like analyze it as an aesthetic object, but I think what it did dramatize is this, right? Being like, we're going to fucking kill this guy for 10 minutes. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And it's like, where are the people doing it? Like, what are you going to do? Right. And there's something about the way that, and I'm trying to think like what you said is it's so astute, like in this way, like Stewart has this lovely line where he's like, you know, like the ability to preempt protest with nonviolent means, right? The securitization frame, the idea that, well, we're going to consider every public gathering as a potential riot now means that we can disperse all dissent because of its potential criminality. And how do we do that? Well, we use chemical weapons that make people run around and lose control and then justify what we just did. Right, so it's like it's like the stop hitting yourself model of state power that justify, right? And there's something about it that's so. I mean, I'm not like I don't like endorse accelerate. I don't even know what it means to be an accelerationist at this point, but like it's hard not to feel that that's quickening in some way, right? Like they just like the illegitimacy is more and more blatant and more rapidly telegraphed, that it feels like something's going to fall out or any pretense is going to be totally abandoned.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, what it is striking to me, like how insufficient. I mean, I don't know. I've had COVID. I've been real sick and stuck indoors, you know, off and on for months. But like, there's something about like we're getting a real dehiscence between the virtual discourse and what's happening in the streets. And in some ways, like I feel like a lot of the debates over defunding index this, where we're talking about this term now because we're going to pretend these protests aren't happening. But the history still seems to be happening, right? And there's some way in which, like, if the security was always understood as, like, I feel like the whole securitization frame, the whole idea that what we're going to do is we're going to securitize markets in multiple senses, I guess, and we're going to securitize public space so people can do market activity, only is tenable in a situation in which there isn't a second Great Depression, right? At the point at which conditions of precarity become literally lethal in a generalized rather than just narrowly constricted way, and racialized, et cetera, as they have been, right? At the point at which people literally are going to either be in the streets kicking things over or starving, like, what's the legitimacy in the police at that point? Right, like what's the legitimacy of the security frame at that point? Like if this is like, I keep feeling like if that, like the Anton Chigurh here, like if this is the rule that got you to this point, then what use was that rule? Right, we're getting there. I don't know if it's like the end of history with the cow killing device at our heads, but yeah. Sorry, that was a massive, intense thing to say, but I hope that sort of gets what you're saying.
We have a couple of audience questions that are pretty good. One of them is speaks to, I think, something that's very salient and noticeable and was kind of exemplified in the Ahmaud Arbery killing, his murder by those kind of paramilitaries, civilians with guns. What about white supremacy infiltration of policing that's sort of mobilized and to prevent systemic changes and to kind of dominate and create a kind of perpetuate the racial caste system that we have currently going.
Yeah, it's bad. I'm sorry, that's stupid. I'm not making fun of the question. I'm like, yeah, that's just real bad. I mean, like, this is also like I'm not. yes, I am fucking terrified by this, right? Like seeing police flash white pride signs, whether they're doing it ironically or whatever the hell, like, yeah, that's terrifying. And there's no place for that. And even within the misbegotten system that we have, that's unacceptable, right? At the same time, though, it's like the distinction between, and of course, like I'll use a technical term, and I'll plug Kathleen Belew's brilliant book, Bring the War Home, which I strongly recommend, about white supremacist and actually white power infiltration of the military otherwise. It's a really good book, you should buy a book. Like, there's a way in which, like, yes, it is absolutely the case that white power groups, by which I mean hardcore, anti-state, separatist, violent types like the base or whatever, have infiltrated the police and you know, and the military, and have sought to catalyze all sorts of horrible things, right? And I will note, it's kind of frightening how, but there's also this way in which, like, the structural conditions of these institutions is the perpetuation of white supremacy, right? Such that whether they're infiltrated or otherwise, certain basic conditions are going to be maintained, right? And it was very striking to see, like, all this discourse of, like, oh, the white agitator, right? It's going to come out, like, talk about, like, a moment where incoherences are becoming invisible, or becoming visible rather, right? There's all this discourse about, like, we're really worried about white agitators from outside the community coming in and delegitimizing these protests. Well, never mind, number one, the people don't ask these questions about where the police live, and apparently the onus of police legitimacy is endless, right? So the police can do anything, but they're still, like, you know, they always fund these dissenters. But, like, a lot of that stuff that was put on white, like, leftist agitators, like, is later revealed to be, like, actual police or fucking right-wingers trying to do it, right? But still, that frame is being held, right? So there's a way in which, like, the default within our entire system, within the policing system as well, is to favor white supremacy as such. So it's like, yeah, I feel like that. I mean, also there's one other thing which is very frightening here too, which is like whiteness is like, it's hard to talk about the ontology of race and class without sounding essentializing, but, like, it's absolutely the case that race is not given, racialization happens, right? Like, and a lot of that happens, again, I'll use my model of fungible legitimacy here, based upon what people do, right? Like, you can read a lot, like, I would argue, for example, that, like, George Zimmerman became white because he killed, well, just briefly, because he killed Trayvon Martin, right? And if you read work by, like, James Foreman Jr. and others, like, there have been abundant attempts to make police departments more diverse by, and Vitaly summarizes this too, by bringing in more African American, more Black cops, etc., more women cops. And does that actually appear to change on the ground what those departments do?
Yeah.
No, right? It doesn't appear to change them at all.
Kind of, yeah, corollary to discussion of white supremacy and its, like, mobilization, operation by the police. Is that setting up a point of contradiction or fissure within at least urban police departments? Is that something people have tracked, or is it apparent, or not at all?
There are a couple good books on this. Horace Green. There's a book called The Black and the Blue by a former police chief, federal law enforcement agent, is very good on this and has a lot of interviews about it. Foreman's Locking Up Our Own is probably the best history that I can recommend on this. I mean, there's a reason it won a National Book Award, right? Or it's amazing. Like, it doesn't, I don't know, and clearly, like, you're hearing stories of police leaving now, but I don't know, but I almost want to, I don't want to, like, start talking, like, in vague terms about human nature, but it feels like the in-group dynamics are so strong. And, like, if anything, like, this is also what's so scary about the Blue Lives Matter thing, right? Like so many things, the right is so much more, quote, postmodern than the left, in the sense that, like, okay, you've made this rights gain, we're going to appropriate it and use it against you, right? But, like, what is Blue Lives Matter if not an attempt to argue that you're putting on a uniform becomes a sort of ontological condition of rights bearingness that trumps race, that isn't just, like, equivalent to race, but that actually is more important than race. And that's, like, again, you read stories frequently, and this is something that comes up in the Black and the Blue book, where people, like, you'll have, like, a Black police officer who's undercover just getting killed by white colleagues who don't recognize him, etc. And, there's abundant racism within departments. Like, hell, like, whistleblowers against, like, the Chicago Police Department have been crazy, have been off the hook on this. Like, but it doesn't appear to change the basic system, right? And this is the other thing that's, like, really frightening about it, and, like, why a lot of this, like, I think, like, a certain type of representational politics falls so short, is that this is a system that is it's a set it and forget it kind of way of just preserving capital and generating a racialized and gendered body count. And it overcomes the individual pigmentation, orientation, or class position of any one person who's in it. And it does it constantly. And this gets at Susie's question of sovereignty too, in my opinion, right? Like, insofar like this idea, like, yes, like I think clearly in like a medieval political theological model, the sovereign is the one who decides to live and let die, live and let die, or whatever the line is in Kantorowicz or James Bond songs. I don't remember, but like we, you know, America is a state that, you know, begins with this primal horde killing of the king, right? And we've distributed the right to kill through the Second Amendment and otherwise to everyone, and that's something that a lot of people apparently embrace and enjoy, even when all that means is that they're just going to kill themselves with people they love. So this is the thing that's so striking too about neoliberalism in this contemporary moment, where it's like individual voluntary, like the choices that people are actually given on a day-to-day basis, whether they're consumer choices or you know, like our consumption of media, but just also career things, are so incredibly anemic, right? Mobility is constricting, mortality like rates are increasing, like depression, our actual choices, even as like you have a million different choices you can't afford, are anemic. But what people literally stake their lives on is the ability to liquidate at least someone else before you go, right? And that's like there's a grand indifference to this, which is like you want to reach for like this language, like an eldritch language of like Cthulhu or some shit, given how inhuman it is, right? But like at the point at which like, yes, you have no right, you may have on paper a right to liberty and pursuit of happiness, whatever, but like you have nothing, but at least you have a right to kill, to shoot dead the person that trespasses onto your lawn on the house that you're about to lose to the bank. At least you have that. Right? At least you can like, at least like, yes, you're about to lose the farm that your umpteenth removed ancestors took from indigenous, like land they stole from indigenous people, but at least you could annihilate yourself and your family before you get evicted. And apparently that's enough for some people. And I feel like there has to be some sort of positive alternative vision of solidarity and hope, because that's just like it's the grimmest thing I can imagine at this point.
Absolutely. We have another question, and you've kind of talked about this with the private-public distinction, but I think it's something that people, when they think about defunding or even abolition of police, something that continuously comes up and is used kind of as a bludgeon, you know, against people with more radical motives vis-a-vis the police. It's a person sort of saying, what will rich folk do when they believe that their property is no longer being protected? And will Jeff Bezos start his own private kind of police force, you know, as the kind of paradigmatic example? I know we talked about kind of that, again, the interaction and kind of entanglement of the public-private, but does any kind of contraction of public police still provide more scope for private?
Yeah.
Is that something to be worried about?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something I'd be worried about. Like, again, I want to like hear, this is not, I hear this a lot from people, and I'm not putting this on just the person who asked this question. That's an urgent question. And I think like in a parsimonious way, an answer would be, when people, if you're going to talk about defunding the police, what you should mean by that is a elimination and an abolition of the policing apparatus, or the commitment to policing, which includes not just the public, but the private modes, right? So let's stipulate that. I would also say, and I'm not, again, we're entering the realm where I'm going to just be descriptive and not endorsing things. Some people will be like, well, you know, maybe Jeff Bezos will try and start his own police force, but we're going to expropriate the fuck out of him first, right? That, like, again, like that's an answer some people could say. I'm not necessarily saying that. Like right now, please, Jeff Bezos, don't kill me. Don't send the Pinkertons to kill me. But like another thing that's going on here too, which is interesting, like, is that like, I can't begin to say like how much this already exists, right? And how that has to be part of the conversation, but I think it actually is in a lot of these quarters, right? Like this is one of these things, like sometimes I encounter this where people like, they'll think one step ahead and then they'll be like, well, that's why we should do nothing, right? I assure you, if you read a lot of this abolition literature, there is a whole lot of people who've thought out this problem and been like, no, the money can't go to them too. But like, look, I'll just be descriptive now and say that if you look at what happened, for example, like the Pinkertons, they're still around, right? Something like 40% of Fortune 500 companies have Pinkertons employed in them as just observers, which is kind of frightening. Pinkerton, which is now a subdivision of a Swedish multinational security firm called Securitas AB, is moving into a growth market of combining risk analytics with the ability, hopefully, to deploy, according to them, to deploy rapid response forces to do things like exfiltrate executives from areas that are facing sudden climate change or political turmoil. Right? They want to combine like the Deloitte institutions, or like it's brilliant in a sense that it's like evilly brilliant, right? Like, but like they want to combine risk analytics with the ability to like send in the Terminator to save you, right? Like, but the thing is, let's be clear, that's already happening. That's been happening for years. Pinkertons were definitely on the ground, like carrying, like, and others, like, and definitely a whole bunch of other, like, even more fly-by-night PMCs were definitely running around carrying guns in Puerto Rico after Maria, right? Like, I have a chapter in my book on this, like, or you look like people like Tiger Swan and all these other firms were infiltrating and basically doing classic, like, strike-breaking shit at Standing Rock. And again, they were violating fucking native sovereignty, right? It was illegal in every possible way. Like, dropping gas on these people is a war crime. This is a sovereign country, right? They're already doing this, right? So the answer here is yes, that does open new modes for frightening configurations of like Silicon Valley feudalism, right? And hell, Facebook has its own police force, right? And if you look to it, like, again, like I have a chapter in my book on this about Detroit. The situation in Detroit is terrifying. And there's a way in which, but like, I want to understand, like, I want to stress this. The vector in which that's already been happening has been precisely the politics of austerity.
Yeah.
Right. So you have like places like Flint, you have places like Detroit, they have fewer police on the beat. And again, people want certain types of vindication of security or whatever. So you have companies like ShotSpotter or private policing departments who are like, here, we'll give you security technology. We'll blanket this area with surveillance cameras. We'll do it for free. It's a tax write-off for us. But will you please pay us for a yearly subscription model, right? And so you have these absurd situations where metropolises like Detroit, where houses are literally selling for pennies, like, or dollars on the note, are spending $60,000, $70,000 a year for a little fucking pole that just listens for the sound of gunfire around it so they can then deploy police. Right. So the answer here is that, and I'm sure police, again, like austerity, like the austerity wave that's coming may hit police departments too, as a matter of course, but regardless, robust resistance to austerity, by which I mean just like giving people money and investing in communities, will obviate the need for private police as well. And sure, if Silicon Valley people want to go off and like start CSEDs with like, you know, I don't know, like they want to like genetically engineer the entire lineup of Overwatch to protect them on like some floating like biome thing, good, fuck off, do it. But like, that shouldn't be a point of objection to this basic imperative, which is stop giving the policing apparatus money. Like this, there's a way in which I'm to say this because I think it's a good talking point. And forgive me for talking so much, and I'm happy to take many more questions. But like, there's a way in which a lot of people are like, when you talk about defunding, they're like, well, no, you need to be like, look, you need to be realistic. You need to be nuanced. We need to talk about what actually works in the real world. We need more to optimize policing. We need to have a sophisticated algorithm for whatever. Like, we need to be realistic. But then when you say, well, just stop giving the fuckers money, the answer, no, not that realistic, right? This is, again, like the pureness of the ideology, where you actually start talking about the stakes, then people give you back nonsense. And I think that's why I like defunding, because even if it works within the grade of a certain type of austerity logic, if there's one thing this miserable system understands, it's taking money away. So yeah, sorry. I'm not angry at the person who asked the question. It's a good question. I appreciate your watching, but just that's
no,
I
like to think about defunding as entailing, deconstructing like the concentrations of like private wealth and private power that would, make possible, proliferations of private policing. Like, to me, those things would very much interconnect if we're going to redistribute social wealth in such a way that defunding to me entails. It would necessitate, expropriating, if not wholesale, at least, higher marginal tax rates or something. Susie, you were going to say something.
I mean, this, you know, again, just kind of like to like pop in with the I guess the imperial frame, right? Like, I think it's something like I'm writing about this now. I think it's like 65% of American military in Afghanistan are contractors. Yeah. So like this shift toward kind of the private military companies and the kind of like privatization of violence has been like well underway for quite some time. And it is the way that we're able to kind of engage in all the wars we do with actually in keeping them kind of invisible actually from a large percentage of the population, and to kind of reduce the kind of oversight that happens with the military kind of formally. I actually had somebody, I like posted something about this on Twitter one day, and someone who was like a Blackwater veteran, like DM'd me or something that like the military can't fight those kinds of wars. Like they need us to do it. And like, what are those kinds of wars? So like precisely the like anti-democratic nature of this is like, is so incredibly central. But I just want to say that in terms of, you know, defunding the police and the kind of possibility that you just have this kind of acceleration of like a neo-feudal logic with, you know, the Amazon incorporated, you know, police force, that is a very real possibility, but I don't think that it is an insurmountable one if you actually think in terms of reasserting some sort of genuine democratic control over violence writ large. And that in order to do that, you actually, and here I will differ from some of my compatriots on the left, like to do that, you actually do need a state. You need some sort of mechanism that is going to assert that actually, no, you're not going to just get to have like your private army. Sorry, Jeff. There is, and so I think that you know, there's a way where we can also think about the kind of the defunding, the public violence, the private violence as in the kind of broader frame as to how do we actually subject the kind of the right to be violent or any sort of kind of thinking about violence to kind of a greater democratic control.
Yeah. What thought I was there a question from the chat, or do you want to? What's the?
Actually, I think we could probably wrap up on that note. That was a very good one.
That's a great note.
So thanks very much, Patrick, and thanks, Susie, for this excellent.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. And just a reminder to everyone watching that tomorrow we'll be back at 12 p.m. For the next day of teach-in with 3 sessions, one on political violence, the other on race, technology, and surveillance, and the third and final one on prison abolitionism. And check at the feed, you can see a link to the event page for very precise schedule. So thanks again for joining us, and I think that will wrap it up. And have a great evening.
Thank you all so much. Yeah.
Thanks everyone for watching.
Thank you. Yeah. See you all.
Thanks.
Are we still live?
Yeah, you can stop your video.
All right, go there. Yeah, go there. Shit, that was good. That was great. Thank you so much, Susie. It's so good to see you.
Thank you, Patrick. That was you were a bundle of energy and facts and wisdom as always. Right. Well, you were great.
I'm hopped up on a lot of caffeine. You were fantastic too. I should send you some of this stuff on this. I'd love to send you a copy of my book before as I edit it. Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
No, I can't hear anything.
That's awesome.
Okay,
right,
I guess we're done.
We're done. All right. Yeah, go listen to Chappe.
I can't hear anything.